Hey guys, tonight we journey deep into the dim, drafty bedrooms of medieval Europe, where people sleep in two weird chunks, dream of cheese demons, and sometimes wake up next to pigs. You're bundled under a wool blanket that smells faintly of onions. Your two's freezing. A straw-stuffed mattress crunching beneath you. There's a low fire still flickering in the hearth. Shadows dancing like goblins across the wall. Someone just turned over loudly, possibly your cousin, or a stranger, depending on the night, and your pillow is really just a bag of millet. Oh, and in about 4 hours, you'll wake up. On purpose. For no reason you understand. Welcome to the age of segmented sleep. You probably won't survive this. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your location and the local time in the comments. 2. I love seeing where in the world you're drifting off from. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You close your eyes, expecting blissful unconsciousness. But instead, you wake again and again. Because for much of the medieval world, one long sleep at night simply wasn't a thing. What you've stumbled into is something known as segmented sleep, or first sleep and second sleep, a concept that sounds like a deleted scene from The Lord of the Rings, but was actually pretty normal for hundreds of years. You doze off after dusk, maybe around 8 or 9 p.m., and then, like clockwork, you wake up around midnight, not because of loud neighbors or a bladder issue, but because your body thinks it's time for some midnight productivity. Yes, this was the golden hour of doing stuff. And then, after a few hours, it's back to bed until dawn. During this odd intermission, you might pray. I read scriptures, if you're lucky enough to be literate, or just sit there staring at the wall, wondering what you did in a past life to deserve this mattress. Many people use this time to talk, reflect, tend to livestock, or even engage in a little marital bonding. Ahem. Apparently, this middle-of-the-night moment was thought to be the perfect time for conception. Candlelit romance. Medieval style, one prominent medical theory of the time, rooted in humoralism, argued that this two-part sleep helped regulate your bodily fluids because, obviously, phlegm and black bile run on very specific timetables. Some even thought this wakeful rest was ideal for digestion and clarity of the mind. Historians still argue whether the shift to consolidated sleep came with industrialization or whether it was more gradual, related to artificial lighting and lifestyle changes. But clearly, something changed. By the 17th century, people began to think sleeping in two chunks was backward. Modern folks sleeping straight through the night probably wouldn't survive 1 week in a medieval village without panicking during the eerie midnight lull. You toss and turn and finally surrender to wakefulness, rubbing your eyes in the half-dark. If you're a monk or nun, you're likely rising for Matinsan official nighttime prayer that requires you to leave your bed and join your fellow sleepy cloister mates in a cold stone chapel. And no, there is no coffee, just chanting, incense, and your aching knees. For the rest of the population, this interval is more casual, but still oddly accepted. In fact, historical diaries mention it like the weather. After first sleep, I rose and smoked tobacco. One 17th century entry reads, as if that weren't completely bonkers. Some would even go visiting. Yes, actual house calls at 1 a.m., which raises so many questions, and also makes sense if your neighbors live 5 feet away and no one locks their doors. And then there's the issue of what you're actually dreaming about in that short stretch of first sleep. Apparently, the dreams in this first phase were thought to be more vivid, prophetic, or spiritually significant. You'd wake with them still fresh in your mind, ripe for interpretation. Dream of falling? That might mean you've sinned. Dream of fish? Possibly pregnancy. Dream of cheese? Definitely trouble. Many people believed dreams were divine messages, little nighttime telegrams from God. Angus, or your dead Aunt Mildred. You were expected to ponder them during your waking interlude, which, let's be honest, sounds better than doom scrolling on your phone at 2 a.m. Of course, your physical sleep environment also played a role. Your bedroom, if you could call it that, might be a single shared room with your whole family. You, your spouse, your kids, your visiting cousin, the neighbor's apprentice, and a chicken named Beatrice, stacked in like a particularly uncomfortable lasagna. Sleep was a communal act. Privacy? Not invented yet. So waking up in the middle of the night could feel like emerging from a slow-motion stampede, trying not to elbow someone in the face as you shuffle to the fire. The weird part is how this whole segmented sleep setup didn't strike anyone as weird. It was just how nights worked. Nature dictated it. Before artificial light, your circadian rhythm danced entirely to the sun's tune. And when darkness fell for 14 hours in the middle of winter, your body said, "Cool. Let's do 2 rounds." First sleep started a couple hours after dusk. Second sleep ended just before dawn. And in between, that ambiguous slice of time now mostly lost to history. But not entirely. There are pockets of modern research suggesting that this natural biphasic rhythm still lingers in our DNA. Ever wake up at 2 or 3 a.m. for no reason? Congratulations. You've time traveled. You're reenacting a medieval sleep cycle, minus the fleas and chanting monks. Some sleep scientists believe insomnia might sometimes be a relic of this old pattern your body, just trying to squeeze in a little medieval midnight clarity. And weirdest of all, some folks didn't even lie down at all. Depending on your status, profession, or unfortunate obligation. You might nap in shifts, upright in a chair, or curled under a table. If you were poor or on pilgrimage, you might be lucky to snag a hay pile in a barn corner, where segmented sleep gave way to segmented bruises. Wealthier folks had their own bedtime eccentricities. 2 giant beds with heavy curtains, designed not for privacy, but to keep out cold drafts and wandering eyes. But we'll get to that. For now, just picture it. A single candle guttering in the corner. Smoke curling like a sleepy serpent. Your breath fogs in the freezing air. Somewhere outside. A wolf howls, sir. Maybe it's just your neighbors snoring. You lie awake. Heart beating in sync with a world where night is never truly still. Where dreams talk back. And where sleep is a rhythm. not a block. Your second sleep is coming soon. You just have to make it through the mystery hours. You're not entirely sure when second sleep ended and the day began. But judging by the rooster's blood-curdling screech outside the window or lack thereof, since it's probably huddled inside with someone, you'd guess it's nearly dawn. Your second sleep was deeper, a little warmer, more dream-laced, and slightly less elbowy. Still, no part of this experience could be called restorative, especially with your bed situation, a large sack of straw, flattened by years of sleep, mystery fluids, and the occasional rodent. Beds in the medieval world were not your bed. Singular and sacred, they were community hubs, snore chambers, and accidental wrestling rings. The most common material? Straw. Glorious. Skratchgestraf. Usually stuffed into a giant sack of cloth sewn into a rectangle and optimistically called a mattress. Sometimes you'd get high. If you were fancy, sometimes dried leaves or moss. One fringe case involved seaweed. But mostly, it's straw that gets flat fast, squeaks with every shift, and invites a bustling community of uninvited guests. Lice, fleas, bedbugs, mites, all happily making a little ecosystem in your bedding, nibbling at your ankles and sharing your body heat. Washing the bedding? Not really a thing. Every so often, you'd open up the mattress, remove the old straw, refill it with slightly less awful straw, and stitch it back up. Linen sheets were rare luxuries. Wool was more common, but rough. And if you were truly poor, you might not even have a just a pile of straw on the floor and an old cloak for a blanket. You're lucky if you even have a bed frame. Most peasants slept directly on the ground or on wooden platforms, while slightly wealthier folks had rope beds, a wooden frame strung with crisscrossed ropes that sagged quickly and needed regular tightening. Yes, that's where the phrase "sleep tight" comes from. You literally had to tighten the ropes under your mattress to avoid sinking into a medieval hammock of despair. Now imagine sharing all this with multiple people. In a typical peasant household, the whole family would sleep in one bed, or at least in the same room. You, your partner, your kids, maybe your apprentice, a servant or two, and possibly a guest. The dog curls at your feet. A chicken flaps into a corner. Someone's baby is snoring louder than their dad. It's not a sleepover, it's just how housing worked. Rooms were rare, and bedrooms even rarer. One-room houses meant one bed for everyone. If you're lucky, maybe someone gets the trundle, bedjes, a literal roll-out drawer of hay beneath the main one. And the smells. Oh, the smells. Straw holds onto scents with the tenacity of 1,000 sponges. Sweat, smoke, metvol, damp feet. The occasional whiff of onions from someone's herbal sleep remedy tucked under the pillow. You're not sure if someone nearby just died or just has the plague again. It's hard to tell. At 3 May. The air is cold, but stuffy. You can hear every shift, every mutter, every scratch, and you will scratch. Because those lice aren't just a medieval trope, they're very real. You've got bite marks in unfortunate places. Everyone has their own theory about how to get rid of them. Vinegar, strong-smelling herbs, boiling your clothes if you own more than one set, or just accepting that lice are part of your personality now. Historians still argue whether lice were viewed as shameful or just mildly annoying. But either way, you're definitely not getting a clean night's sleep. Occasionally, wealthier folks would fumigate their bedrooms with burning herbs or incense, hoping to drive out the bugs and bad air. These smokings didn't work especially well, but they made the place smell less like human stew. Some beds even had carved wooden headboards with slots for burning herbs or spices, giving a sort of medieval aromatherapy, although mostly it just made you sneeze. Meanwhile, over in the noble households, things were only slightly less itchy. Their mattresses might be stuffed with feathers instead of straw goose down, if you're royalty. Chicken feathers if you're merely upper crust. The feather beds were so thick and heavy, they had to be fluffed by servants using long wooden sticks. Pillows were more common, sometimes elaborately embroidered, although half of them were just for show. Nobles loved to stack pillows like they were trying to reach heaven, then sleep on just one. It's a power move. The beds themselves were wooden, carved, and often absurdly high off the ground. You might need a stool to climb in. Why so high? 2 reasons: status and storage. Bed frames often had trunks, shelves, and compartments built underneath. Some even had pull-out beds for servants who, yes, also shared the room, if not the bed. Privacy again takes a long vacation during the Middle Ages. And then there are the bed curtains. Rich people beds had heavy curtains on all 4 sides, turning your sleep into a theatrical performance of Sleepy Hamlet. The main purpose wasn't privacy, but insulation. Those thick drapes trapped body heat in the winter and helped block out the endless parade of insects in the summer. Of course, they also trapped smells and secrets. Many a whispered plot or illicit affair brewed behind those velvet sheets, yet even these grand beds had their drawbacks. The materials were flammable. The drapes gathered dust like it was their job. And the feather beds were hard to clean. You couldn't just throw a mattress in the river. So when noble families traveled, they sometimes brought their bedding with them, literally packing up feather mattresses and curtains onto carts. Nothing says comfort like hauling 200 pounds of sleep gear across muddy roads. There's also evidence of communal beds, even among travelers. Inns, when you could afford them, didn't offer private rooms. Instead, you might rent a bed, which often meant half of a bed already occupied by someone else. You, a merchant, and a mystery peddler all snoring away, feet to head, in the same tick of straw. Sleep tight. Indeed, and of course, there's always the fire. If you're lucky, there's a hearth burning through the night in your room or at least in the center of your hut. But open flames, dry straw, and linen sheets? Not a great combination. Many fires started during the wee hours, thanks to overturned candles or carelessly placed embers. Whole villages went up in smoke because someone fell asleep with a tallow candle too close to the bed. Still, for all its discomforts, this messy, comunal, itchy experience was the norm for centuries. Nobody really expected rest to be quiet, clean, or private. Sleep wasn't a sacred ritual, it was just something you did between working, praying, and being mildly cold. And while modern memory foam has spared us from the worst of it, there's something oddly human about being part of a wriggling, snoring heap of relatives. all cocooned under a heavy wool blanket, sharing warmth, stories, and the occasional flea. So you lie back into your flattened straw, scratch a bite on your arm, and listen to someone murmur in their sleep. The bed creaks, the fire crackles, and you think, maybe just for a second, that this strange, scratchy slumber isn't so bad after all, until the dog sneezes on your foot. Your eyes flutter open again, not because you're done sleeping, but because someone just stepped on your face. It's your younger brother, tiptoeing across the packed earth floor in a hopeless attempt to not wake anyone, as he fumbles toward the door, probably for a pre-dawn chore or a suspiciously urgent trip to the latrine. You groan and roll over, pulling the blanket tighter. But the room is already stirring. Sleep, you quickly realize, is not a guaranteed, solitary activity in this world. It happens in shifts, tied to chores, cows, and the church bell that's about to jangle in your ears. Shift sleeping in medieval society wasn't a quirky lifestyle. Choice it was survival. In towns and villages, life operated in cycles dictated by natural light, work schedules, and sometimes pure necessity. There wasn't enough time or space for everyone to sleep all at once. So families, guilds, and even religious orders staggered their slumber to keep things running. Someone always had to be stoking the fire, guarding the gate, tending the livestock, or watching for thieves who thought midnight was prime time for cabbage theft. In the countryside, peasants often broke their nights into irregular chunks based on work that couldn't wait until morning. A cow in labor? Up you get. A frost rolling in? Time to cover the fragile greens. Bread ovens to tend. Stews to stir. Babies to hush. And since few homes had more than one boudoir, one-room families rotated who got the cot and who got the cold floor. If there was just one decent blanket, they passed it around like some kind of miserable medieval relay race. In larger households or manors, servants rarely had full nights off. Sleep came in snatches between ringing bells, refilling chamber pots, and running errands for lords with late-night indigestion. Shift sleeping meant you might get 4 hours here, 2 there, and a nap in the stables if you were lucky. A well-placed hay bale could feel like a feather mattress after you've been scrubbing trenchers since dawn. Urban life wasn't much better. In cities and towns, guild workers often followed strict schedules that started before sunrise and ran late into the night. Apprentices might sleep on benches in the workshop, curling up beside unfinished shoes or ale barrels. Blacksmiths dozed next to cooling forges. Bakers napped in rhythm with their ovens. Time was moneyer. At least food and sleep became a kind of puzzle you squeezed between responsibilities. Even the clergy weren't spared. Monastic life was essentially built around interrupting sleep as often as possible. Monks rose several times a night for prayers matins, lauds, and sometimes extra services if it was a particularly holy day or if your abbot was really into Gregorian chants. Between prayers, you were supposed to meditate, study, or copy religious texts. Though no one would blame you for snoozing over your parchment once in a while, sleep was seen as both a necessity and a potential spiritual weakness. Too much indulgence, and you were flirting with sloth, one of the 7 deadly sins. And then there were curfew literal cover fires, when town bells rang to remind people to put out their hearths and go to bed. The French phrase couvre-feu eventually gave us the modern word, but back then, it was less about law and more about not setting the entire village ablaze. Once the bells rang, fires were banked, shutters closed, and everyone was expected to settle in. Not that they always did. Some folks worked into the night by candle or rushlight, especially if they had trades that depended on silence and solitude as scribes, midwives, or slightly shady apothecaries. Shift sleeping also extended to more organized roles like watchmen and guards. Most towns employed a small night watch, often drawn from citizens required to take turns. You might be a tailor by day and a wall patrolman by night, clutching a rusty spear and praying nothing happens. These watches worked in rotations, with someone always pacing the street, half asleep, listening for suspicious sounds. Imagine guarding your village with one eye open, a hood pulled over your ears, and a very real fear of being ambushed by someone trying to steal your sheep. Historians still argue whether this constant rotation of sleep shaped the way medieval people thought about rest. Did they value it less? Or did they simply accept it as one more chore to manage? Was segmented, scattered sleep seen as natural, or just the best they could do under the circumstances? Either way, the idea of 8 unbroken hours of slumber would have sounded like either a medical condition or a holiday miracle. There are also examples of sleep being deliberately interrupted for spiritual or practical reasons. Some households kept a night candle burning to mark the passage of time. The candle might be scored at hourly intervals, like a waxy grandfather clock. When the flame reached a mark, someone woke up, poked the embers, checked on the animals, or wandered outside to make sure the neighbors hadn't accidentally summoned a demon again. Timekeeping was often done by fire, noise, and intuition, not by any mechanical device, and sleep was often scheduled around others' needs. If you were a servant in a noble household, your master's bedtime was your starting gun. You waited for them to finish their wine, settle into their 5-layered velvet nest, and possibly call for a foot rub. Only then could you retreat to your own sleeping, corner likely on a thin pallet under the stairs or in the pantry. The moment they woke up, you were expected to be 2 steps ahead, already preparing warm water or adjusting the curtains. Sleep came when your boss wasn't looking. Even in hospitals and religious refuges, shift sleeping was common. The sick needed tending all night, and nurses, often nuns, took turns sleeping in tiny shifts while the rest watched for signs of fever, plague, or unfortunate ghostly visitations. The term night nurse may be modern, but the job definitely isn't. Of course, if you weren't able to sleep because of noise, pain, cold, or chronic illness, there weren't many options. No white noise machines, no melatonin gummies. You might drink a sleep potion, usually a heady mix of herbs like poppy, henbane, or valerian. These were not subtle remedies. They might knock you out or, in higher doses, knock you out forever. People treaded lightly with medieval sleep aids. More commonly, they drank warmed ale, mulled wine, or herbal infusions to settle their nerves before bed. Not all of them worked. Some just gave you vivid dreams and worse breath. What's striking is how flexible people were about all this. Medieval folks adapted their sleep around their lives, not the other way around. No one was complaining to HR about being overtired. Everyone was overtired. Exhaustion was just part of your identity. Right up there with toothless and owns 2 tunics. So here you are now, blinking in the dim blue haze of pre-dawn. Your body creaking like a poorly oiled door. The baby is crying again. Someone's goat is headbutting the wall. Your brother has returned from whatever midnight quest he embarked on and is now loudly trying to warm his feet on your back. You sigh, pull the blanket higher, and try to steal 10 more minutes before the rooster screams again and the village starts another day of scraping, hammering, baking, praying, and dozing whenever and wherever it can. You don't exactly leap out of bed in the morning. It's more like you creak upright, one limb at a time, peeling yourself away from the wool blanket cocoon you share with far too many relatives or livestock. The cold hits first a damp chill that clings to your skin like an anxious ghost. Your breath puffs visibly in the dim gray light. You stumble to your feet, brush straw off your clothes, and begin your day by putting on your nightcap. Yes, your nightcap stays on, because while we might associate those floppy, cone-shaped hats with Christmas cartoons and novelty pajamas, in medieval Europe, they were the real deal. Nightwear wasn't cute, or ironicet was survival. And that weird little hat on your head was doing heroic work. The nightcap kept your body heat from escaping into the frigid void that passed for a bedroom. Walls were thin. Insulation was a pipe dream. And central heating was still about 600 years, and one steampunk fantasy novel away. So you bundled up like you were preparing to sleep in a stable. Which, to be fair, you sometimes were. Hats, socks, layers upon layers of linen and wool. Even your nose wanted a scarf. The average night outfit was an odd ensemble of function over fashion. You might wear your chemise or shift to beta simple, loose-fitting linen or wool undergarment, not because it was comfy, but because it was the cleanest thing you owned. Outer garments rarely got washed. But your sleepwear, if you had it, was marginally cleaner. Marginally. Richer folks might have special bedgowns, longer linen shirts, sometimes embroidered with delicate patterns. You could only see if you were close enough to smell the garlic in someone's breath. And then there were the socks. Cold feet were the enemy. You'd stuff them into woolen booties or wrap them in cloth. Some folks rubbed garlic or onions on them because folk medicine said it helped circulation. Others went for goose fat. Yes, they smeared, rendered goose fat on their feet, and wrapped them in rags, falling asleep to the soft squish of poultry ointment. Medieval spa night. Everyone. Now, back to the nightcap. These were often simple linen or wool hoods, tied under the chin or snugly pulled over the ears. Some looked like soft helmets, others like droopy cones. A few had little tassels, not for decoration, but to pull them down tight when the wind crept in. For women, it might be a coif or wimple anything to hold back hair and hold in warmth. Shaving your head like a monk? Even more reason to cover your dome. Remember, heat rises. So does frostbite. Nightwear wasn't private, either. In homes with multiple people. Read, all homes. What you wore to bed was what others saw you in. That meant your sleepwear often doubled as modest daywear in a pinch. If the house caught fire, if the rooster failed to go off and you overslept, or if the village decided for a mender. It was a great time to ring a plague bell. You could roll straight from bed to task. And you often did. In noble households, nightwear got a bit more elaborate. Wealthier folks had embroidered nightshirts, silk-lined gowns, maybe even slippers by the bed. They might sip warmed wine or herbal infusions before sleeping spiked with valerian or poppy seeds if they were anxious. Or just mulled with spices if they wanted to feel fancy. Nightcaps were still worn, but fancier, often stitched with family crests or subtle gold thread. It was still freezing in their manor houses. After all, giant stone rooms with high ceilings were not exactly cozy. Picture curling up inside a Gothic cathedral with a candle and a feather duvet. Romantic. Until you lose circulation in your toes. And, of course, sleeping wasn't just about warmth. It was about safety, too. That nightcap helped protect you from more than the cold. Superstition ran deep, and people believed that covering your head while you slept could keep bad dreams or evil spirits out of your mind. Open hair was thought to invite mischief. Some even claimed that cold air could make your thoughts go foul. Hence, better to sleep wrapped like a burrito, with only your nose sticking out. There's something oddly universal about that instinct. Even today, the oddest part? Some folks wore their day clothes to bed. Not for style, but because they literally didn't own separate garments. If you had 2 tunics, one was probably being washed or full of holes. So you slept in what you wore. Woke up rumpled, maybe brushed off a bit of hay, and got on with your life. Some took off belts or outer layers, but not everyone stripped down. Not when it was below freezing and the dog had claimed the warmest corner of the blanket. Historians still argue whether sleeping nude was ever a thing in medieval Europe. Some evidence suggests a few eccentrics might have tried it. Monks, for example, sometimes slept in the bare minimum as a form of spiritual discipline. But for most people, that was a one-way ticket to pneumonia. Naked sleep was considered indecent, impractical, and downright dangerous. Not because anyone cared what you looked like, but because exposure to night air was seen as medically risky. Ah, yes. The dreaded night air. A favorite villain in medieval folk medicine? People believed that the air turned poisonous after dark, carrying miasma's bad vapors that could seep into your pores and make you sick. Open windows were a hard-no section. So were damp clothes, uncovered limbs, or bare feet. You dressed like a tundra explorer just to avoid inhaling the medieval equivalent of cooties. Some took extra precautions. Bunches of herbs hung from rafters to purify the air. Bundles of lavender tucked into pillows to ward off nightmares. Even iron charms placed near beds to protect against spirits. All this, while your younger cousin snored beside you, and your uncle tried to sneak a midnight fart without waking the dog. And, speaking of shared spaces, let's not forget that your nightwear had to hold up under scrutiny. Modesty mattered. You didn't want to flash an ankle or an armpit in mixed company. There were rules, spoken and unspoken. Don't kick the covers too high. Don't hog the blanket. Don't unwrap your nightcap unless you're ready to duel. The fabric may have been rough, the colors dull, but dignity had to be preserved, even while wrapped in garlic-soaked rags. In some communities, particularly monastic or noble ones, bed inspections were a real thing. Monks might be expected to sleep in a specific posture, in full habit, without pillows or comfort. Too much comfort was a sign of spiritual weakness. Nobles might check on servants to ensure they weren't slacking off or sleeping in too late. The line between private life and social expectation blurred heavily when everyone lived on top of each other. You wrap your nightclothes tighter, sigh deeply, and watch as the fire dies down to embers. Someone has already started boiling water over a tea for the elder. Or maybe a morning gruel. You shuffle toward the corner, stretch your limbs, and begin the delicate process of removing last night's garlic rags from your feet. They're slightly oily now, but miraculously warm. Somewhere, in the back of your mind, you wonder if people ever got used to this, if wrapping themselves in scratchy wool, greasing their toes with poultry fat, and tying a pointy hat to their heads felt like comfort. Or just necessity. Probably both. Because when you live in a world where sleep is stolen in chunks, heat leaks from every crack, and modesty must survive 5-person mattresses, you learn to appreciate any scrap of warmth and dignity you can, and so you hold on to your nightcap for just a few minutes more. Even as the rest of the house begins to stir, it's your shield, your signal that, for at least a little while longer, you belong to the night. You blink and stretch, trying not to smack your elbow into the grandmother snoring beside you or the small child sprawled diagonally across your knees. There is no personal space. None. And that's not because of some housing shortage, it's by design. You, my poor medieval sleeper, live in the golden age of the peasant pile-up, sleeping like a sardine in a lumpy, human-sized casserole was just another night in paradise. Let's be honest. Medieval housing was not what you'd call open concept. The average peasant home had a single room. 1. 4 walls. 1 roof, hopefully not leaking. A hearth for cooking and heat. A table, maybe. And a bed. 1 bed. Maybe 2. If you're living large. And yet, there's always a crowd. You've got your parents, your siblings, sometimes extended family, maybe an apprentice, if you're running a trade. Then there's the baby, always a baby, and a grandmother who mutters in Latin while she sleeps. Add in a few chickens, a mangy dog, and the occasional rat named Harold, who's basically part of the family by now. Sleeping in heaps wasn't optional, it was warmth, survival, and, honestly, a cultural norm. Body heat was the medieval version of a heated blanket. It didn't matter if someone snored like a broken bellows or had chronic gas issues. Thanks. Root vegetables. You squeezed in shoulder to shoulder and made it work. The family bed, or communal sleeping arrangements, more broadly, blurred every boundary we take for granted today. Privacy? Hilarious? You overhear everything. Dad's complaints about the new plow. Mom's grumbles about the midwife. Someone's discussing the chicken's limp again. Gossip. Secrets. Midnight farts, nothing was sacred. If someone got frisky in the middle of the night, you pretended to be asleep and practiced selective amnesia by morning. Children often shared beds with their siblings or parents well into their teens. Babies slept wherever was warmest, which usually meant wedged between 2 adults like a swaddled potato. And when guests came to visit, well, scoot over. Hospitality in the Middle Ages sometimes meant offering a slice of mattress or hay pile along with a crust of bread. And this wasn't just peasant life. Even in wealthier homes, communal sleeping wasn't unheard of. Servants often shared beds. Apprentices were tucked in beside their masters. And entire households of retainers sometimes dozed in the great hall. There are historical records of kings sharing beds with noble guests, not in a romantic way, just as a form of politeness and warmth. It's how you bonded, and also how you avoided freezing to death. In fact, the very concept of a bed was fluid. If you traveled, you might crash on a bench, a strafpalet, or the floor by the hearth. Inns rented beds, not rooms, and you usually shared with at least one other person. There was no Yelp, no turn-down service, just a possibly lice-infested tick mattress and a stranger named Ralph who snored like a cart full of pots. Even your livestock might join in. Chickens, dogs, cats, even pigs could snuggle into the room or the bed, depending on the weather and your tolerance. It wasn't weird. It was practical. Chickens kept your feet warm. Dogs growled at intruders. Pigs. Well, pigs were like living space heaters. Loud, grumpy ones with hooves. Of course, this made things like sickness a group activity. If one person got lice, you all did. If one person got a cold, everyone would be sneezing by morning. But there weren't many options. Doctors were rare, expensive, and not terribly helpful. So you slept together and hoped that someone's herbal tea or lucky talisman would hold the sickness at bay. The nighttime pile-up also offered a bizarre kind of security. Being alone was far more terrifying than being squashed between your aunt and a squirming toddler. Nighttime in the medieval world wasn't just dark, it was dangerous. Thieves, wolves, spirits, cold, and, according to some, the occasional wandering demon. Sleeping with others made you feel protected. Even if the only thing between you and the outside world was a thin wooden door and Harold the Rat, valiantly standing guard. There's even a case to be made for emotional comfort. You fall asleep to the murmur of voices, the hiss of the hearth, the soft wuffling of the dog. It's chaotic, yes, but also soothing in a weird, communal way. No one had to cry themselves to sleep alone. Someone was always awake, whether they meant to be or not. Still, the peasant pile-up wasn't all gentle snuggles and bonding moments. There were issues. Lots of them. For one, people moved in their sleep. Violently. Arms flailed. Legs kicked. Air got pulled. Your face might end up pressed against someone's hairy armpit, or a sack of turnips doubling as a pillow. The mattress sagged in the middle, creating a gravitational vortex that rolled everyone into an accidental cuddle pile. Snoring was a national pastime. And don't even ask about the smells. And then, there was the etiquette. Yes, even in the pile-up, there were unspoken rules. Don't steal the blanket. Don't poke anyone with your elbows. Don't wake the baby unless you want to be exiled to the floor. Don't talk too loud unless it's an emergency or juicy gossip. And above all, don't move around too much. The more you wriggled, the more likely you were to earn a slap from Grandma's surprisingly strong hand. Historians still argue whether communal sleeping had psychological benefits or simply reflected the harsh material realities of medieval life. Was it bonding? Or just crowd control? Some suggest that shared sleep might have reduced feelings of isolation and strengthened family ties. Others argue that people just got used to it because they had no other choice. Either way, the idea of a personal sleep sanctuary didn't really exist, and when things got really cramped, people spilled out into whatever space they could find. The hearth, the table, a storage chest. Some even curled up in stable lofts with the animals, lulled to sleep by the sound of snorting cows and rustling hay. Not comfortable but warm. At least. You shift in your heap now. The morning creeping closer. Someone coughs. Someone else mumbles a half-dreamed prayer. A cat launches itself off the windowsill with all the grace of a cannonball. You hear the soft splash of someone pouring water into a basin. The clink of a spoon in a porridge pot. No alarm clock. Needed just the smell of oats and the combined noise of 10 people beginning their day within a 10-foot radius. You won't get the bed to yourself tonight either. That's just not how it works here. The pileup is forever. But maybe, just maybe, you'll score the edge of the mattress instead of the middle, where everyone ends up elbowing each other. And if you're lucky, Grandma won't steal the blanket again. Though let's be honest, she always does. The bells start before the sun fully crests the thatched rooftops. Not soft chimes, not soothing. It's more of a clang, like someone enthusiastically banging pots in your brain. You flinch beneath the covers as the clang-clang of the town's curfew bell jolts through the air. It's not calling you to bed, no. It's a leftover from the night before, reminding folks to put out their fires, say their prayers, and maybe double-bolt the door so mischievous spirits or drunk neighbors don't wander in. In medieval towns, the curfew bell was a nightly ritual. The sound cut through fog, wind, and snoring with military precision. The term curfew comes from the Old French couvre-feu, meaning cover fire, literally a command to snuff out open flames. The concern wasn't bedtime. Obedience it was fire prevention. With wood-framed homes packed tighter than pickled herring, one careless ember could torch a block. So when that bell rang, you were expected to douse your hearth, cover any open flames, and shuffle off to bed like a good citizen. But bells weren't just about fire. They also marked time, imposed order, and dictated your day, especially your night. Town bells, abbey bells, market bells, bells for funerals, bells for feasts. They were the medieval soundtrack, clanging their way into your dreams and rudely yanking you out of them. And when the night bell rang, people took it seriously. It was as much social pressure as it was civic policy. You roll over, squinting at the wooden shuttered window as another bell tolls. This one thinner and more melodic. The church. Of course, it's matins o'clock time for the local clergy to gather, chant in Latin, and start their day of contemplative mumbling and unwashed wool robes. If you're a layperson, you're not obligated to rise for this one, but it's hard to ignore when it echoes off every timber beam in the village. And then there's the odd truth. Bells didn't just signal safety or ceremony. They also kept the supernatural at bay. Or so people believed. In many communities, bells were considered sacred instruments capable of scaring off demons, witches, or spirits who wandered the streets under cover of darkness. Some bells were even blessed, anointed with holy water, or given names like ships or pets. One particularly famous bell was believed to protect against storms if rung just right. Others were rung during childbirth, plague outbreaks, or moon eclipses. Historians still argue whether this spiritual bell ringing actually soothed the masses or just kept everyone awake. What's clear is that nighttime was regulated by sound. You didn't have a watch. Clocks existed, but mostly in monasteries or wealthy towers, and they weren't terribly accurate. The bells filled that gap. They told you when to work, when to pray, and when to stop burning stuff. So while modern folks might drift off to rain noises or ambient playlists, you got hammered awake by a brass bucket of "shut it down and go to bed." This brings us to another medieval bedtime buzzkill: night rules. Not just curfew laws, but social codes and unwritten rules about behavior after dark. In many places, it was illegal to be outside at night unless you were working, traveling, or had a very good reason. Town gates locked, streets emptied, guards patrolled with lanterns and long sticks, not especially threatening. Unless you're already nervous from reading about werewolves again. Being out at night without permission could get you fined, punished, or just smacked around by a sleepy constable. Even legitimate nighttime travel had to be justified. You might need a letter or token proving your business. And if you ran into the watch and couldn't explain yourself, you might find yourself locked in a pillory by sunrise, with your hair full of cabbage leaves hurled by unsympathetic onlookers. But people didn't always obey. Some folks snuck out to meet lovers or secret religious groups. Others wandered due to insomnia, illness, or just a rebellious streak. Nighttime also drew out those with less noble goals: thieves, drunkards, and the occasional masked reveler with a lute and poor decision-making skills. Cities like London and Paris developed rudimentary police forces in response to these nocturnal shenanigans, hiring men to patrol the streets and call out the hours. 3 o'clock and all's well, they'd shout, even when it definitely wasn't. In rural areas, things were a little looser. With no city walls or organized patrols, villages depended on mutual trust and loud dogs. But even there, the night was full of rules. Superstitions warned against whistling after dark, stepping over certain thresholds, or leaving the hearth untended. Spirits loved an open door. Apparently, so did thieves. You lay back now, listening to the diminishing ring of the bells and the rustle of your household as people stir. There's something oddly comforting about the whole system. Loud, yes. Obnoxious, definitely. But also grounding. The bells are like a giant community bedtime story. Everyone hears them. Everyone obeys them, or pretends to. They create a shared rhythm, a communal exhale. Time to sleep. Time to wake. Time to cover your fire and pray your neighbor doesn't knock over his candle again. And the ghost hour? Oh, yes. That delightful slot between midnight and 3 a.m., long considered a time of supernatural activity. Priests warned against going outside, lest you cross paths with a wandering soul or the devil himself. Midwives, herbalists, and hedge witches. Meanwhile, saw the early hours as sacred times for their crafts. If you lit a candle during this period, it better be for something holier, at least quiet. Some towns even had bell ghosts phantom. Bell sounds. People swore they heard long after the actual bell had rung. It wasn't uncommon for someone to claim they'd heard a second ghostly toll that meant death was coming. The local priest might reassure them or accuse them of dabbling in things better left undabbled. It's easy to laugh at this now. But remember, the nights were long. The woods nearby. The wolves louder than you'd like. One bad dream could spiral into a full-blown witch scare. One odd cough in the dark might mean plague. The bells, in their clanging way, offered structure. They cut through the fear and reminded people they weren't alone. Even if they were squished between 6 relatives and a pig, you sigh, wrap your blanket tighter, and try to drift back to sleep. The bells are done for now, but you know they'll be back, like a sleep-deprived rooster made of bronze, ready to mark the time, whether you like it or not. And as the rest of the house stirs to life fires being poked, pots filled, someone inevitably stepping on your toe, you realize that the night never really belonged to you. It belonged to the bells. You wake again, but not because of a bell this time. It's something else. A strange hush, as if the world is holding its breath. The hearth glows faintly, casting long shadows that stretch across the floor like reaching fingers. Every soundivery snore, creak, or rustle feels magnified, as if the walls are listening. Welcome, weary dreamer, to the Devil's Hour, sometime between midnight and 3 a.m. The medieval world shifted into a liminal space, where logic went to bed and superstition took the night shift. This dark stretch, long feared and deeply respected, wasn't just when the town slept, it was when things woke up. Spirits, witches, demons, the ghosts of people you probably owed a chicken to. It was prime time for the supernatural, and you were encouraged to stay in your bed. Eyes shut tight, blanket tucked under your chin like a medieval burrito of fear. The hour's bad reputation wasn't limited to folklore. Christian teachings claimed it was the mirror image of Christ's crucifixion. Jesus died at 3 p.m. So his enemies played dress-up and did their worst exactly 12 hours later. Waking up during this time wasn't just annoying, it might mean something. A message, a warning. Or, if you'd been especially sinful lately, a visitor. You glance nervously at the door, half expecting it to creak open with no wind. No cause. Just that classic ghost making an entrance vibe. Of course, it doesn't. But your heart's already racing because deep down, you know that people in your village whisper about things that walk at night. Old Ellsworth says she saw a headless monk. Your uncle once claimed he watched a candle float midair. Even the priest got twitchy once and banned night whistling, whatever that means. And then there's sleep paralysis. You've probably experienced it by now. Even if no one has a name for it. You wake suddenly, completely unable to move. Your chest feels tight, like something's sitting on it. You try to scream, but nothing comes out. Naturally, the explanation is obvious. A demon is sitting on your rib cage. This wasn't just village gossip, it was a common belief across Europe. The creature even had names. In England, it was the nightmare, a goblin who crept onto your chest. In Scandinavia, it was a mare, as well a dark, suffocating figure. In German lore, it might be an Alp, a vampiric elf who torments sleepers. And you lie there, sweaty and panicked, unsure if it was just a bad dream or the work of something far worse. Historians still argue whether these sleep paralysis accounts fueled medieval demon lore, or if the lore created the fear that triggered the episodes. Either way, you're probably not getting back to sleep. Your only defense? Prayer. You whisper a few shaky lines from memory, half in Latin. Half in desperation. Maybe you fumble for a charm hanging on the wall, or grip your rosary, hoping the tiny wooden cross has enough mileage left to get you through till dawn. Superstitions ran deep. Folks nailed iron horseshoes above their doors to keep spirits out. Sprigs of herbs rosemary, vervain, or rue hung from rafters, tucked under pillows, or even burned in little clay bowls to cleanse the air. Some people slept with knives under their straw mattresses to ward off witches. Not to use them. Just, symbolically, it's unclear how many demons were actually repelled by cutlery. But it helped people sleep. Sometimes. And don't even get started on witches. The devil's hour was believed to be their time, the moment when covens gathered in secret, performing rituals, mixing potions, and cursing that neighbor who didn't return their ladle. You probably know someone in town who's been accused of it. Usually, a widow. Often a healer. Sometimes just someone with too many cats. You might even be related to one, though you'd never say it aloud, not unless you want the village elder to side-eye you every time a sheep gets sick. The line between medicine and magic was blurry. If your aunt makes a tea that helps you sleep, she's a wise woman. If she throws salt over her shoulder and draws a symbol in the soot, she's a witch. And if your sleep starts getting disturbed, bad dreams, shadowy figures, on unexplainable chilwell, someone's going to blame someone. And it won't be the rooster. The church, of course, was no help at this hour. Sure, they rang bells, chanted in the chapel, and talked a big game during Sunday sermons. But the clergy were often just as superstitious. Priests carried holy water, blessed bedrooms, and warned against sleeping too near graveyards or crossroads. Some even claimed that sin made you more vulnerable at night. Had a sinful thought that day? Expect a visit from something with hooves. But not all nighttime lore was terrifying. Some believed dreams during the devil's hour could be prophetic, that if you paid close enough attention, you'd catch glimpses of the future messages from God, warnings from the dead, or nudges from your ancestors. Of course, interpreting dreams was its own can of worms. Did that vision of a black dog mean death? Or just that you need to stop eating pickled onions before bed? You lie there now, wrapped tight, one eye open. The fire has died to mere embers. The room is silent, except for the occasional shift of your family members, all sleeping soundly, blissfully unaware. Or just really good at ignoring ghost time. You stare at the ceiling beams and listen. Every creak becomes suspect. Every breeze through the shuttered window feels like a cold breath on your neck. Harold. The rat scampers somewhere in the corner, probably just looking for crumbs. But you flinch anyway. Eventually, your body betrays your mind. The fear fades not because you feel safe, but because exhaustion wins. Your eyes get heavy. Your limbs soften. The blanket tightens its grip, and sleep begins to take hold. Whatever haunted the hour has either lost interest or is just waiting for tomorrow night. Either way, you're too tired to care, and that's the real secret of surviving the devil's hour in medieval Europe. Not prayer, not garlic, not iron or charms. Just chair. Bone deep. Back-breaking exhaustion. You were too tired from hauling wood, grinding grain, and surviving mudslide Mondays to truly worry about the undead. You feared them. Sure. But by the time they were supposed to appear, you were already asleep again, mouth open, snoring like a dragon in retirement. So, you let yourself drift. The last flicker of worry melting away as dawn tiptoes closer. And with any luck, you won't dream of the headless monk again. You wake with a stiff neck and a confused sense of orientation, not from tossing and turning, but because you apparently fell asleep sitting up, not leaned back, not reclined upright, as if preparing for a board meeting in your dreams. It's not a mistake. It's a habit, because in medieval Europe, sleeping upright wasn't just for monks or horses. Plenty of regular folks did tand, not just because the mattress was already full. There's a logic to it. In a time before Netflix kind of way. For one, many believed lying down too flat was bad for you. Think about the food you just had. Root vegetables, stewed meat, ard cheese, and bread, so dense it might double as a bludgeoning weapon. Now, try digesting that while lying on your back, like a stunned squirrel. Exactly. Upright. Sleeping helped avoid heartburn. Or, as they would have said, windy humors rising from the belly. You sit, snooze, and hope your internal organs behave. It wasn't only about digestion. People feared that lying too flat could lead to death. The line between sleep and dying wasn't well defined, especially when you lived in a time where fevers came on fast. Medicine was more experimental than effective, and people regularly dropped dead in the middle of the night. Sleeping upright felt safer. Your head was elevated, your lungs more free, and your soul less likely to slip out while you weren't paying attention. So, some folks propped themselves up with cushions if they had themer leaned against walls, hearths, or furniture. In wealthier homes, beds were built with bolsters and angled headrests for semi-reclined sleeping. You weren't lying down so much as lounging into unconsciousness. It was equal parts health strategy and superstition. In monasteries, the upright sleep style was more about spiritual discipline. Monks slept in full robes, on narrow wooden planks, sitting or reclining only slightly. No pillows, no blankets, just you, your sins, and a vague ache in your spine. Some monasteries even had dormitories, where monks slept in rows like vertical sardines, each in his own little cell. Heads tilted forward, like someone paused a Gregorian chant, mid-note, and if you were traveling, sleeping upright wasn't a choice, it was necessity. Inns were rare and expensive, so travelers often camped in stables, church porches, or roadside nooks. Sitting up reduced vulnerability. You could nap lightly, stay alert, and avoid having your coin pouch or your shoe stolen. A sleeping peasant in the corner of a tavern slumped over with his hat pulled low. Wasn't weird. It was just Tuesday. In the cities, apprentices often slept in workshops, hunched over benches or curled in corners like forgotten tools. Some used sacks of flour or wool as makeshift cushions. Sleep had to be practical. If you had 5 minutes and a wall to lean on, that was luxury. There's also the question of what people wore to bed when sleeping upright. Same rules as before. Layers. Layers. And more layers. Upright sleeping didn't make it any less cold. If anything, it made it worse. Your blanket slid off more easily. You had to hold it in place or pin it around yourself like a very sad cape. Some people wrapped cloaks around themselves, mummy style. Others used wide belts to keep their sleepwear tight against their bodies, like fabric seat belts for the exhausted. And let's not forget the furniture. Medieval beds weren't soft. Puffy havens, even among the wealthy. Comfort was secondary to craftsmanship and size. You might have a high, curtained bed with steps leading up to it, but if you're worried about airflow, demons, or heartburn, you might still choose to sleep with your head at a sharp angle. Some beds were angled intentionally, sloping slightly so you were never fully prone. Not kite standing, not kite horizontal, just weirdly diagonal, like a nap gone sideways. Historians still debate how common this truly was. Some say upright sleeping was more typical in public or religious settings, while others suggest even peasants sometimes propped themselves up against walls or sat beside the hearth when they couldn't get into the communal bed. It wasn't a widespread rule, but it happened often enough to leave traces in records, illustrations, and furniture designs. And then there were sick beds if you were ill. Upright sleep was often prescribed, not because it helped cure you, but because people thought it reduced the chance of bad air pooling in your chest. If you were coughing, wheezing, or simply old and creaky, doctors might recommend a sleep chair, a tall-backed wooden seat with armrests, pillows, and perhaps a nearby candle in case you woke up needing to mutter a prayer or apply another cabbage poultice. Let's not pretend this was restful. Imagine trying to fall asleep, knowing you could topple forward at any moment. Nose first into the fireplace or onto the person snoring beside you. People developed odd little tricks to make it work, binding their ankles to bedposts with cloth, clutching a bolster to keep their balance, even wearing sleep hoods that acted like medieval neck pillows. The creativity was admirable. The comfort? Less so, of course. Some of this was just pragmatic. If you weren't feeling well, you didn't lie down. You sat up in the bed, like a portrait subject, occasionally sipping from a wooden cup of something lukewarm and medicinal. It was also considered more appropriate in certain social settings. If you had guests over and were bedridden, lying flat might be considered impolite or even scandalous. Better to prop yourself up with dignity, even if your head throbbed and your legs went numb. And there's a weird upside to all this upright sleeping, dreaming while semi-conscious, sitting up, in and out of sleep, often produced strange, vivid dreams. People believed upright dreams were different. You weren't quite in the dream world, but not fully in reality either. You could see visions, hear voice, and wake easily to remember them. These dreams were thought to be more prophetic, less muddy, more divine, of course. Not every dream was a gift. If you dozed off upright and dreamed of rats, blood, or falling, someone was going to hear about it the next day. Your neighbor, your priest, the traveling tooth merchant, someone, because those kinds of dreams had to be shared, interpreted, and sometimes even purged either through prayer or ritual, or by drinking a pungent herbal tea that doubled as a sleep aid and a laxative. You shift now in your seat, knees locked, chin tilted forward. This wasn't your plan. The bed was full, the floor too cold, and the dog wouldn't move. So here you are, folded like a forgotten doll, in a chair that was never meant for sleeping. Your back aches. Your toes are numb. But the fire crackles softly beside you. The room quiet, except for breathing and the occasional groan from the roof beams. You adjust your blanket and let your head fall forward. The room blurring at the edges as dreams tug at your brain again. It's not ideal. It's not even comfortable. But you've learned, like everyone else in your time, that sleep isn't always about comfort. It's about taking what you can, when you can, and, tonight, what you can get is 5 hours upright, a warmish seat, and a head full of strange dreams. Good enough. Your sleep is lighter now, balanced precariously on the edge of a creaky wooden chair and an even creakier back, but you're warmer at least. Not frozen none. That's mostly thanks to the flickering candle casting uneven shadows on the wall. It's propped in a squat iron holder near the hearth. Its wax pooling onto a flat stone, someone nicked from the river last summer. The flame dances quietly, just enough light to keep the darkness at bay, and possibly enough to set the entire cottage ablaze. Because yes, here in the Middle Ages, people regularly fell asleep with open flames nearby. All in the name of comfort and dreams, candles, rushlights, oil lamps. These were your night lights, your ambience, your version of the soft white LED. But unlike your bedside lamp that gently hums and glows, medieval illumination came with a side of extreme flammability. Still, folks kept them close. Some believed the light warded off evil spirits or jealous fairies. Others just wanted to avoid stubbing their toes on a chamber pot or stepping on the family chicken again. But one particularly curious belief pushed people to keep a flame nearby. The idea that candles could influence dreams. It's not entirely clear where this belief originated. But for many medieval households, dreams weren't random. They were meaningful, often divine, and sometimes terrifying. Keeping a candle burning as you slept was thought to purify the dream, space illuminating your soul's journey. So to speak, the flame represented spiritual clarity, keeping nightmares at bay and inviting visions that might carry truth. Of course, what it often invited was a fire hazard. But priorities were different back then. If you were especially fancy or ecclesiastical, you might use beeswax candles. Smooth, golden, slow burning, and expensive. These were the luxury models. For everyone else, there were tallow candles, made from animal fat, smoky, drippy, and fragrant in the worst way. Lighting one near your sleeping face was the medieval equivalent of sleeping next to a greasy bacon torch. Rushlights were another popular option. Long, thin sticks of dried rush grass, soaked in fat and clamped in an iron holder. They burned fast and unevenly, perfect for a short reading session, or illuminating the chamber just long enough to find your other sock. People learned to cut and soak them to burn for specific lengths of time, 10 minutes. 15. Maybe an hour or so. They also became rough timers. A rushlight halfway burned down? You'd better be dreaming by now. Still, falling asleep by candlelight wasn't purely about practicality or ambiance. It was a ritual, a way to create boundaries in a life that rarely had any solder. The soft glow helped you feel safer in a world full of noises and shadows, especially when the wind howled and something skittered across the floor that definitely wasn't Harold the rat. The flame became your tiny sentry, flickering against the unknown, but there's no getting around it. It was dangerous. People fell asleep and knocked over candles. Pets brushed against them. Children poked them for fun. Curtains caught. Straw caught. Beds caught. Whole houses sometimes went up like kindling. There are records of town fires that began with a single overturned lamp, leading to massive destruction. Because when your roof is thatched and your insulation is dried, mud and hay, the line between cozy bedtime and catastrophe is razor thin. Despite the risk, people didn't stop. In part, because they needed the light for nighttime activities. Remember, this was a two-sleep world. That in-between stretched the one where you wake up at midnight to think, pray, or tend the fire-required visibility. Candles helped you navigate the space without waking everyone. If you wanted to sneak in a bit of reading, quiet chat, or, let's be honest, a snack. The flame was your silent accomplice, and reading by candlelight wasn't just for the rich. Sure, literacy rates were low, but not non-existent. Priests, merchants, scribes, even some skilled artisans could read. And nighttime was often the only moment quiet enough for study. Monks copied texts late into the night, squinting in the flicker, their margins full of sleepy errors and doodled dragons. Some even kept special candle stands that cast the light down over their shoulders, giving their parchment a brighter glow, while their spines slowly disintegrated. Then there were the dream rituals. People sometimes placed herbs near the candle to influence dreams. Lavender, mugwort, and chamomile were common, burned gently. Their scents wafted into the room, creating a haze of sleepy magic. Some folks believed these herbs could guide your dreams, lead you to answers, protect your soul, or even help you communicate with the dead. Others just liked the smell. Either way, it beat the smell of tallow. And if your candle burned oddly, flickered strangely, dripped too fast, or made noises, you bet someone was going to interpret that. A sputtering flame might mean a soul nearby. A candle that bent sideways without wind? Witchcraft. A candle that burned blue? Definitely a ghost. Or a draft. But in the Middle Ages, the draft never got the blame. People also timed things by candles. You could notch a candle to mark an hour and gauge your task show long to pray. When to turn the spit roast. How late it was getting during that second sleep wake-up window. Candle clocks, while wildly imprecise, were more reliable than most rooster-based alarm systems. If the candle reached a certain point and you weren't back in bed, it was time to call it. Of course, not everyone could afford to burn candles freely. Wax was expensive, Tallow was precious. So many used firelight, alone banking the hearth, to glow low and steady, or placing small coals in a portable brazier. It added heat, light, and danger in equal measure. A child's foot too close? Burned. A wooden floorboard left unattended? Gone. But again, the benefit was worth the risk, because in a world this dark where the moon disappeared for days, and windows were tiny slits, meant more to keep out invaders than let in starlighta, little glow meant everything. You shift in your sleep now, half dreaming, half aware. The candle near your bed sputters once, its light wavering across the thatched ceiling. You dream of walking through the woods, a candle in hand, chasing something that always stays just out of reach. A fox? A memory? The exact moment you last had clean socks? It slips away as the wax pools and the wick leans dangerously to one side. Someone across the room stirs, gets up, checks the fire. They mutter something under their breath, adjust the candle's base, and quietly retreat. You don't wake fully. You just turn over, breathing in the smell of melting wax and mugwort. The flame steadies. The dream deepens. You'll wake in the morning, grateful your home is still standing, grateful that the candle did its job, held the night back just long enough to let you rest. And maybe if you remember the dream it gave you will stay with you too. Just faint enough to question. Just sharp enough to matter. You're not sure what wakes you first, the sharp pull of stiff knees from your cramped sleeping angle, or the unmistakable sound of velvet rustling in a room, much too fancy to belong to anyone you've ever shared a bed with. You blink your eyes open slowly and realize something is off. The air smells like lavender and polished wood instead of garlic feet and boiled turnips. There are tapestries on the walls, thick woolen rugs underfoot. And, good heavens, you have space around you. Welcome, you lucky time traveler, to the ridiculous, oversized, velvet-draped sleep sanctuaries of medieval nobility, where everything is lavish and inconvenient. The bed you now lie on is more stage than furniture. It towers above the floor, a grand wooden frame carved with flowers, lions, and at least 2 saints. You needed steps just to climb into it. And you're half convinced someone could get lost inside the feather mattress folds and never be heard from again. This, dear sleeper, is a great bed, and its size has less to do with comfort and more to do with showing off. If your bed isn't bigger than your neighbor's entire cottage, are you even trying? Great beds weren't just for sleeping. They were status symbols. A firm declaration that you were important, wealthy, and possibly too warm. They were placed in the most prominent rooms of the house, often the solar or even a grand hall, so visitors could admire them. Imagine hosting a dinner party and casually gesturing to your bed the size of a swimming pool. Oh yes, that's where I sleep, and occasionally lose my house keys. And it wasn't just the size, it was the layers. You don't just flop into a noble bed. You mount it like a cautious knight preparing for battle. First, the frame, often chest-high and built of oak or walnut. Then, the rope lattice, which has to be regularly tightened. On top of that, a straw or wool-stuffed mattress, then a feather bed, then sheets, actual linen sheets, likely embroidered. Add a bolster pillow, at least 2 regular pillows, a thick woolen blanket, a fur throw, and a counterpanny a decorative outer covering. You might also get a canopy, bed curtains, and a headboard taller than your dreams. And let's talk about those bed curtains. They're not for privacy. Exactly. You still share your room with attendants, family, the occasional priest, and possibly your in-laws. The curtains are mainly for warmth. Heavy wool, damask, or velvet drapes were drawn shut around the bed to trap body heat and keep out drafts. In the winter, your bed was your fortress. In the summer, it was your sauna. Of course, nobles didn't sleep alone. Either, you might share this grand bed with your spouse, children, a favored servant, or even a visiting dignitary. Sharing a bed was as much political as personal. It showed trust. It showed intimacy. And, in the case of guests, it also helped avoid awkward, "we ran out of rooms" conversations. But unlike peasant pileups, noble sleep came with a kind of ritual. Night was an event. You'd be undressed by your attendants gently, with layers peeled away like a royal onion. You'd sip a mulled wine or sleep draught, often warmed and spiced. Some nobles sniffed herbs to clear the humors. Others prayed aloud, or had a chaplain read psalms while they climbed under the blankets. Climbing in was a process. You didn't flop. You entered, a careful slide between crisp linens, like a roast being laid gently on a table of expectations. You might sleep in a nightshirt, often made of linen, sometimes even silk. If you were wildly wealthy, some men slept in their undershirts and hose. Women might wear a shift or chemise. Nobody went naked again. The ever-present fear of cold air attacking your internal organs. Plus, servants might come in at any hour. Modesty mattered. So did the ability to flee a fire without scandal. Servants themselves often slept nearby in trundle beds, on padded stools, or even on a bench at the foot of the great bed. If your lord or lady called in the night perhaps for more wine, or because they had a particularly vivid dream about a talking boar, someone had to be awake and dressed enough to respond. And let's not forget bedchambers. While peasants shared a single room for everything, noble households had specialized rooms for sleeping, dressing, and occasionally just existing in quiet wealth. The bedchamber was both a private space and a semi-public one. Courtiers, messengers, and family members might walk in at any hour with urgent news, or just to gossip. Your sleep wasn't sacred, it was scheduled around politics, etiquette, and duty. You might be woken at midnight to review a treaty, or to receive someone's daughter and discuss marriage contracts. You didn't just sleep. You slept in shifts, surrounded by velvet, whispering attendants, and the weight of legacy. Of course, all this luxury came with its quirks. Feather beds had to be regularly beaten to keep them fluffed, and aired by servants, not you. Obviously, sheets were boiled and bleached by hand. Pillows were embroidered but often uncomfortable. And since indoor plumbing was still a distant dream, chamber pots were placed nearby, sometimes under the bed, sometimes in ornate wooden cabinets, always ready, always slightly gross. And even in this splendor, you weren't free from the usual threats: lice, fleas, drafts. No amount of silk can stop a determined bedbug. Candles, though finer, still posed fire hazards. Nobles also feared bad dreams, especially ones involving their enemies, wild beasts, or falling. These were taken seriously, sometimes requiring immediate confessions, prayers, or hastily summoned astrologers to interpret the symbols. Dreamt of a red horse? Someone's probably going to war. Dreamt of fish? Get ready for betrayal. Historians still debate how often nobles actually slept in these luxurious beds versus using smaller côtières, side chambers. Some suggest the grand beds were more ceremonial, used to impress guests and seal alliances, while actual rest happened elsewhere. Others believe nobles truly reveled in the ritual of sleep as performance, turning bedtime into theater. Either way, someone was definitely folding those counterpanes every morning. And perhaps the most absurd detail? Some noble families traveled with their beds. Yes, packed up the mattress, the feather bed, the drapes, the sheets, and sometimes even the bed frame, and hauled it to their next castle, estate, or royal appointment. Because why suffer the indignity of unfamiliar comfort when you could drag your entire sleeping apparatus through muddy roads in a wagon pulled by snorting oxen? So here you are, lying under an embroidered coverlet with golden threads and a stitched unicorn prancing across it. The candle flickers on the nightstand. Your breath doesn't fog the air because, miracle of miracles, there's enough insulation in the walls. You shift, sinking into the feather bed, feeling the weight of luxury and about 12 pounds of wool across your chest. A distant bell tolls. A servant enters quietly to check the fire, then tiptoes out. You, wrapped in comfort few in your world will ever know. Close your eyes. You dream not of toil or drafty thatch, but of velvet-lined halls and tables groaning with roast meats. It's absurd. It's excessive. It's not remotely practical, but oh, it is very warm. You jolt upright to the sound of bells again. But this time, they're not warning of fire or curfew. They're summoning. The kind of slow, solemn toll that drifts across fields and stone walls like a divine yawn. You're back in a monastic dormitory now, where sleep is a discipline, not a rite, and the cold is more of a roommate than an inconvenience. You shiver under your coarse woolen blanket, still cocooned in your robe, because monks bless them sleep fully dressed. Welcome to the monastery, where the day begins while it's still pitch dark, and where your concept of a normal sleep schedule is about to be thoroughly dismantled. Here, sleep isn't about comfort. It's about obedience. And yes, robes stay on. In Benedictine monasteries, the daily schedule was brutal and precise, shaped by the rule of Saint Plank, Benedict, which essentially created the monastic equivalent of a military boot camp. But with more prayer and fewer push-ups, your day is carved into chunks by the divine office-8 scheduled prayer services, starting with matins, or vigils, in the middle of the night, followed by lauds at dawn, and marching onward through prime, terce, sext, none, vespers, and compline. That means your first sleep ends not with a gentle stretch and a hot cup of tea, but with the deep-toned ring of the campana major echoing off stone walls. You shuffle from your wooden beta, narrow slab if you're lucky, a literal floor, if no tintu, the chilly hallway. Robes rustling as a line of sleepy, barefoot monks files into the church like the world's most orderly group of ghosts. Monks sleep in their habits, not because they're particularly cozy, they're not, but because there's no time to waste. At any hour, you might be called to prayer, work, or crisis. Being dressed and ready to go is part of the job. Layers include a tunic, a scapular, that big apron-looking thing, and often a hooded cowl. That hood comes in handy when your head is freezing and you're trying to chant in Latin without your ears falling off. You might think, surely they get a nap later? Technically yes, but don't count on it being more than a brief snooze in a corner after chores. Medieval monks lived by the clock, not the pillow. Their days were stuffed with manual labor, copying manuscripts, tending gardens, and participating in complex debates about the number of angels on a pinhead. You'd need 3 naps just to survive. Sext, the beds, such as they are a study in minimalist suffering. Monastic dormitories called dormitoriums were often long, echoing halls where each monk had a simple pallet, sometimes with a thin straw mattress and a single blanket. No pillows, no privacy, just rows of identical wooden frames. Like IKEA's penitential collection, in some stricter orders, like the Cistercians, monks even slept on the floor or on planks, arms crossed, as if preemptively attending their own funerals. And yet, this was seen as good, mortifying the flesh. They called it denying worldly comforts to focus on the soul. Sleep was tolerated, not celebrated. Too much of it, sloth. Too little, pride. Like porridge. It had to be just right, which apparently translated to around 4.5 hours, interrupted by chanting. During colder months, monasteries didn't necessarily heat their dormitories. Fires were expensive, and warmth was spiritually suspicious. Some abbots believed too much heat encouraged laziness or, worse, temptation. So you learned to sleep in layers, pile up the blankets if you had them, and occasionally snuggle your own arms for warmth, like a self-hugging human pretzel. The communal breathing and occasional snoring of your brothers in Christ provided the only ambiance. Historians still debate whether this punishing sleep schedule made monks more spiritually alert or just consistently grumpy. Some argue that the structure helped sharpen focus and maintain discipline, while others believe it shortened life expectancy and occasionally led to what we'd now recognize as hallucinations. It's hard to say if Brother Oswin really saw the Virgin Mary, or just hadn't slept in 3 days and mistook a candle for a glowing angel, but there's no denying the dedication. Monks woke before dawn, chanted through cold stone corridors, and returned to bed for second sleep before rising again for a full day of work. Prayer and study, the silence, the repetition, the darkness, it became its own rhythm. Their lives were a kind of sacred metronome, ticking to the bells that ruled them. And the bells were everywhere, mounted in towers, hung in chapels, suspended from ropes that Brother Tobias always managed to tangle himself in. They rang by candlelight, their vibrations humming through cloisters, waking even the most deeply snoozing friar. And if someone slept through it, well, let's just say you'd get more than a stern look during breakfast gruel. You turn on your side now. trying to find comfort on the straw-stuffed mattress as the final notes of matins fade. Your robe scratches your chin. You wrap your scapular tighter around your legs and nestle your hands beneath your arms. Someone in the next bed murmurs a line from Psalm 63. You echo it silently. The cold seeps in. But so does a strange calm. Everything in this place is scheduled, ordered, even your dreams. Speaking of dreams, monks weren't exempt from those weird midnight visitors either. Sleepwalking, night terrors, and vivid dreams still found their way into monastic walls. A few monasteries kept records of unusual nocturnal visions, sometimes treated as divine messages, sometimes as signs of sin or an overly indulgent dinner. One poor brother dreamt of a golden goat chasing him through a vineyard. He fasted for a week and was made to sleep on cold stone in penance, probably just bad cheese. But better safe than spiritually compromised. Despite all this austerity, some monks did try to make their nights more bearable. Herbs were sometimes tucked into bed linen's lavender. Valerian, or Timito, ward off bad dreams and fleas. A few lucky monks kept warm stones or hot bricks near their feet, and during especially harsh winters, a rule might be quietly relaxed to allow a second blanket or an extra woolen hood. Shh! Don't tell the abbot. You roll over again. Hearing the soft clatter of someone returning from the chapel. Settling into bed for their second sleep. Your own eyelids are heavy. Your thoughts drifting toward that golden goat again. Outside, the wind brushes against the stone like a whisper. Inside, the rhythm of snores, rustling robes, and the distant promise of lauds lulls you back toward rest. This isn't comfort the way most people define it, but it is stability, and for a medieval monk tucked beneath itchy wool in a sea of silent brotherhood might even be peace. You shuffle into the sunlight, squinting like a mole. The morning chores are done. The midday stew is bubbling over the hearth, and your body battered by chores and cold aries, practically begging for a nap. You glance around and think, surely, a little rest won't hurt. But beware, drowsy medieval citizen. Falling asleep in the afternoon might just cost you your reputation. Welcome to the curious social politics of the medieval nap, where dozing at the wrong time could label you lazy, sinful, or dangerously close to moral collapse. Afternoon naps, or what we might now call power naps, or just lying down with my eyes closed, were a complicated affair in the Middle Ages. Yes, people absolutely did nap. The body demanded it, especially in the heat of the summer, or after a back-breaking morning of hauling water, mucking stalls, or trying to explain to your neighbor why his goat keeps eating your vegetables. But culturally, sleeping during the day was a loaded act. It sent a message, and not always the one you wanted. For monks and devout Christians, napping too much was a symptom of acedia, a dangerous form of spiritual laziness. It wasn't quite sloth, the full-blown sin, but it was close. A creeping listlessness, a lack of zeal, fall asleep after sext, and someone might assume your soul was adrift, your discipline weak, and your pillow possessed by temptation. The fact that you're exhausted from rising at 2 a.m. for matins, irrelevant. Try harder. In city life, Naps were more accepted but still judged. Laborers, who worked from sun-up to sundown, sometimes carved out short rest periods in the afternoon, especially in warmer months. Think of it like a proto-siesta. But there was an unspoken hierarchy. If you were rich and napped, you were reclining for your health. If you were poor and napped, you were probably slacking off. Merchants and guildsmen were especially wary if your apprentices caught you nodding off in the back room. They'd whisper about your worthiness to manage money. Or worse, accuse you of sleeping on the job. Then again, if you had wealth and rank, you could nap whenever you pleased and make it fashionable. Nobles often had resting rooms, or withdrawing chambers, where one might be at ease in the afternoon, not asleep. Of course, just temporarily unconscious in an elegant, lace-trimmed way. Some had special reclining furniture designed for these elegant rests. Imagine a chaise that says, "I'm not lazy. I'm cultured." But for regular folk like you, it's complicated. Your legs ache. Your arms throb. You've been hauling firewood since before dawn, and your body is making that desperate little whimper it does before it falls over. So you grab a bit of bread, stumble into a patch of shade near the stable wall, and slide down it like a potato sack with a prayer. 5 minutes, maybe 10, just enough to gather yourself before your cousin ropes you into patching the roof again, yet even now. Eyes fluttering shut. You feel the weight of judgment. That neighbor walking by, he saw you. That dog staring at you like you're failing the community, it saw you. You might not care, but the whispers start quick. He naps when he should be tending the field. Didn't he just wake up? That's how people catch the devils slouching into dreams in the middle of the day. Oh, grass. People believed dreams had time slots. 2. Nighttime dreams were prophetic, sacred, charged with messages. Afternoon dreams, suspect, frivolous, possibly demonic. Waking up from a nap with a strange image in your head, say, a talking fish or a nun juggling potatoes might mean you ate something bad, or it might mean your soul is being messed with. People were quick to tie odd dreams to sin when they happened outside the accepted schedule, and the risks didn't end with bad PR. Some genuinely believed that sleeping in the daylight weakened the body or opened it to malevolent forces. Sunlight, in excess, was already seen as a bit risky. It dried the humors, cooked the blood. Mix that with unconsciousness, and who knows what spiritual gunk could slip in while you were snoring under the apple tree. Still, people napped, because humans are not machines, and a diet of barley, cabbage, and disappointment wears you down. Women especially might nap during pregnancy or after giving birth, often collapsed beside the fire, wrapped in the closest blanket that didn't already smell like fermented sheep. Children napped without judgment, though even that ended once you were old enough to carry a bucket. Oh, you're 5? Great. Time to churn butter and never rest again. One quirky nap-related tradition did exist in some areas: the post-feast doze. After major holidays or church feasts, when food was unusually abundant and wine flowed like confused theology, it was considered acceptable to lie down for a bit. You'd see people slumped on benches, curled near hearths, or even sprawled in the grass if the weather allowed. It was less nap and more food coma with religious overtones. No one judged you for that. Much. Historians still argue about how routine daytime sleeping really was. Some suggest naps were built into the daily rhythm, especially in southern Europe, where siesta culture has roots in these early practices. Others believe naps were more seasonal, common during harvest breaks or winter downtimes. The truth probably varies. Climate, class, religion, and workload all shaped how and when people allowed themselves to snooze. You stir now, woken by a fly, landing boldly on your nose. Your back aches from the wall. Your left leg is asleep, and someone's cat has curled up next to you without asking. You rub your eyes, scan the horizon, and pray. No one of consequence saw you. But secretly, you feel better. You got away with it. You napped, and the world didn't end. Not yet. So you stand, brush off your tunic, and pretend you were just checking the integrity of the wall, very studiously, with your eyelids. And as you walk back to your chores, you consider whether you'll risk another nap tomorrow. The judgment might be real, but so is your back pain. And if demons do try to sneak into your dreams, well, let them try. You'll be waiting with one eye open, mostly because the other one still has fly juice on it. You settle into your makeshift mattress again that evening, of the long day's aches still clinging to your limbs like a second tunic. The fire glows low. A few murmured prayers echo through the room, and someone's already snoring. But as your eyes close, you wonder not just if you'll sleep soundly, but what on earth you'll dream this time. Because in the Middle Ages, dreaming wasn't just a passive nighttime event. It was a conversation, a mystery, a warning, or sometimes a terrifying prophecy involving frogs and doom. Dreams were big business in medieval thought. They were studied, discussed, catalogued, and, often, feared. To dream was to receive a message, though whether it was from God, your unwashed dinner, or a bored devil was up for interpretation. No one shrugged off a vivid dream, and absolutely no one ignored one involving cheese. Yes, cheese. More than one medieval dream guide suggested that if you dreamt of cheese, something unpleasant was about to happen. Perhaps betrayal. Perhaps illness. Perhaps simply very bad cheese. And that's because dreams, in this era, were loaded with symbolism, complex systems of signs and meanings that made every dream feel like a riddle delivered by a tired angel with a flair for melodrama. Take, for example, dreaming of water. Clear water meant purity and renewal. Dirty water, temptation or hidden sins. Falling into water, dangerous times ahead. Drowning? Yikes. Hope your priest isn't asleep. And animals were even trickier. A snake? Usually bad. A lion could be Jesus. Or just your overactive imagination. Dream of a fish. Especially in a bed. Best not to speak of it. Dream books were popular among the literate, those odd little volumes filled with alphabetical listings of images and their supposed meanings. Dream of a ladder? You're climbing toward glory. Dream of broken glass? Your secrets are at risk. Dream of toads in your boots? That's a conversation for your local herbalist. These books were a mix of Christian symbolism, folk tradition, and classical ideas inherited from ancient Greek and Roman sources, the great thinkers of old Aristotle, Galen, and their philosophical Paul Schad pondered dreams long before medieval scribes got hold of them. Some believed dreams were caused by bodily vapors drifting upward during sleep. Others thought they were divine messages. The medieval mind, ever enthusiastic about combining science, religion, and deeply weird ideas, said, "Why not both?" But dreams weren't just personal puzzles. They were public events. If you had a strange dream, you told someone, your spouse, your priest, your friend who once claimed to interpret a goose dream and was right. Some villages even had dream interpreters, often older women with a knack for symbolism and, let's be honest, dramatic storytelling. They'd listen solemnly while you described your vision of a burning field full of talking carrots, then whisper, "Aha, a warning from St. Bridget." Totally normal behavior. Not all dreams were welcomed. Nightmares were serious business. These weren't just sleep disturbances. They were signs. If you had recurring nightmares, people might think you were cursed, possessed, or hiding a sin. Some believed nightmares came from demons whispering in your ears. Others blamed witches or ill-willed neighbors. Sleeping without prayer, that's practically an invitation for spiritual sabotage. And let's not forget the incubus and succubus stories, those night demons said to visit people in their sleep. Sitting on their chests or doing things best, left vague in a PG-13 narrative. Many now recognize these tales as descriptions of sleep paralysis. But at the time, they were terrifying proof that darkness didn't stop at your doorstep. It came in. It sat on your rib cage. It whispered nonsense about carrots. Historians still argue whether people truly believed every dream had meaning, or if it was more of a superstition, something to pass the time. Like astrology charts or trying to predict the weather using a pig's spleen. Some clergy taught that dreams should be ignored entirely, warning that Satan could disguise himself as an angel of light and lead you astray. Others believed dreams could contain spiritual truths, if properly discerned. And discernment was key. You couldn't just wake up and assume every dream was divine. You had to consider your mood, your diet, your recent sins, and the phase of the moon. You might consult a dream book. You might fast and pray. Or you might just mutter, "Well, that was strange," and go back to sharpening your scythe. Even royalty took dreams seriously. Kings and queens often recorded their dreams, sometimes calling in theologians to interpret them. There are chronicles describing rulers delaying decisions or changing course based on a night vision. One duke allegedly postponed a battle after dreaming of blood-soaked rabbits. Another claimed to see his ancestor in a dream warning him about poison. Spoiler alert, he drank the wine anyway. Dreams also bled into law and culture. Court cases sometimes included dream testimony. One villager might accuse another of theft after dreaming about their missing spoon being buried near the accused's pig pen. Did it hold up in court? Sometimes. Did they dig up the spoon? Almost always. Because in a world without CCTV, dreams were as good as gossip hand. Gossip had power. You turn now in your sleep. Your own dream swirling in that hazy space between memory and invention. You're standing in a forest of spinning wheels. There's a sheep wearing boots. Someone is singing in Latin. You're not sure if you're afraid or amused. But it's vivid. and it feels important. When you wake, the dream will hover. Someone will ask you how you slept, and you might tell them, or you might keep it to yourself, unsure whether a sheep in boots means prosperity or plague. Either way, you'll remember it longer than you expect. So, as the fire crackles low and your breath slows, you slip into that strange inner world again. A world of symbolic riddles, medieval metaphors, and just enough subconscious chaos to make you wonder if the dream was yours at Aller, if it belonged to someone else. Whispered into your mind by candlelight and the turning of the stars. Sleep well, dreamer, and if you see a toad tonight, maybe don't tell anyone in the morning. Just to be safe, you wake groggy, confused, and heavier than usual. Not emotionally, physically. Your limbs feel like they're made of dough. The kind of sleep you just had wasn't the usual toss and turn beside 6 relatives and a snoring goat. No. This sleep was thick, dreamless, still. You vaguely recall someone saying it might cleanse the humors. Someone else insisted it was good for drawing out the bad airs. And now you remember, of course. You're sick. Not just sniffly and crabby sick. You've been prescribed the medieval miracle cure for just about everything. Long, uninterrupted, nearly comatose sleep. Yes. In a world that had only a vague grasp on how viruses worked and believed that bodily fluids controlled your personality. Sleep was often prescribed as a catch-all remedy for illness. Got the plague? Sleep it off. Fever. Madness. Gout. Melancholy. Or something you picked up from a questionable sausage? Try some rest. Not just any rest deep. Extended. Heavily assisted rest. Sometimes even drugged sleep. Because nothing says medical confidence like knocking someone unconscious and hoping they wake up cured. The logic came from humoral theory. The body, according to medieval medicine, was governed by 4 humors: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. All illness resulted from an imbalance of these. And while doctors might bleed you, purge you, or shove herbs in places they had no business going, they also believed that sleep could naturally restore balance. During sleep, the body was said to digest not just food, but illness. It processed, realigned, reset. Sort of like turning your body off and back on again, but slower and with more snoring. If you were wealthy or had access to a monastic infirmary, you'd be tucked into a special bed away from the rest of the household to rest deeply for hours or even days. Curtains drawn. A fire lit. Food spooned to you by candlelight. You'd be surrounded by calming herbs, lavender, sage, maybe rosemary. Some healers burned juniper to clean the air, while others applied compresses of chamomile or elderflower to your chest. It was all very cozy, right up until the poultices started smelling like damp hay. But if you were poor, good luck. Your bed rest happened where you usually slept in straw in the corner of a room full of healthy people who'd rather not catch your bubbling sores. Thank you very much. Still. Family members might do their best, tucking you in, spooning broth into your mouth, whispering prayers, and watching for signs that your sleep had shifted from curative to, well, permanent. And here's where things get weird. Some people slept for days. Really, not in a coma exactly, but in some kind of deep, extended slumber, brought on either by illness or remedies that blurred the line between medicine and sedation. Herbal sleep draughts were potent concoctions made from poppy, henbane, mandrake, or valerian plants, known for their sedative and sometimes fatal properties. One wrong measurement, and your nap could turn into an obituary. Even the safe doses could send you into an hours-long fog, which to many looked like peaceful healing. To others, suspicious. Some healers genuinely believed these prolonged sleeps helped the body sweat out fevers and poisons. The idea was that sleep allowed internal balance to return, almost like letting the body simmer under a thick wool blanket. The body got hotter, sweatier, and in theory, healthier. In practice, you woke up dehydrated, smelling like onions, and with a blanket stuck to your chest. And then there were the miraculous recoveries. Tales circulated of people falling into deep sleep during plague outbreaks, only to awaken days later alive. Untouched. Confused. It happened rarely, but enough to spark the idea that sleep itself could be a shield against illness. Some thought God protected those who slept deeply, especially if they were pious. Others believed that their spirits had briefly wandered, to return only when the danger passed. Of course, many of those who slept that long didn't wake at all. But when they did, it was considered a sign, a blessing, a reason to thank the local saint and immediately donate a chicken. Historians still argue whether these sleep cures were based in observation, wishful thinking, or the placebo effect of herbs and hope. Some suggest people slipped into natural fever comas and simply survived. Others point to psychosomatic illnesses, where deep rest, combined with belief, really did spark recovery. The line between medicine and miracle was blurry. And in truth, even now, rest remains one of the only universally agreed upon responses to sickness. It wasn't just about healing. Though, long sleep was also used to soothe madness. For patients experiencing what we'd now call mental health crises visions, mania. Hysteria doctors sometimes prescribed sleep to quiet the humors. The idea was to sedate the soul long enough to bring it back into alignment. In some cases, patients were isolated, drugged with calming herbs, and left to rest in darkness for days. When they woke, they were assessed often harshly. If deemed improved, welcomed back into society. If not, well, the treatments escalated. But that's a conversation for a different kind of history bedtime story. In some folk traditions, sleep could also rewire your fate. There were cases of people encouraged to sleep on sacred relics, or inside holy places. In the hope of divine visions, monasteries offered healing sleep in chapels, where the afflicted could lie near relics of saints and wait for dreams or miracles. These sleep pilgrimages were equal parts medicine and mysticism, driven by desperation and faith. And yet, for all the drama, most sleep cures were gentle. Quiet rooms, dim light, hot drinks, someone humming a psalm. If you were lucky, no leakas. Just rest. Deep. Uninterrupted. Honest to goodness sleep. Which, in a world of freezing nights, straw mattresses, bells, livestock, and constant noise might have been the rarest and most healing experience of all. You shift slightly now, bundled beneath a scratchy wool blanket, the scent of mint and damp linen in the air. Someone's wiped your brow with a cloth soaked in vinegar and thyme. Your mouth is dry, your dreams confusing, but there's a small, unmistakable relief in your chest. You're not dead. At least not today. You've slept. And maybe, just maybe, you've sweat out the worst of whatever was trying to take you. A creak by the door. A quiet voice asking if you're awake. A cup pressed into your hands. It's warm, bitter, probably boiled nettles. You drink. Slowly. Your healer nods and smiles. Good, she says. You needed that sleep. Oh, you lie back again. Eyes half closed. Not kite well. Not kite sick. Just suspended. Safe. And, for once, allowed to sleep without judgment. You're feeling better well. Enough to sit up and stretch, without your bones complaining too much. The fever has passed. Your stomach stopped doing medieval acrobatics. And you've officially left the sleep it off or die phase. You even smell slightly less like a wilted cabbage. Progress. But, as you pull aside the bed curtains, you realize something odd. The entire room is murmuring. Not in prayer. Not in alarm. But in gossip. Bedtime gossip. And it's all happening just a few feet away, turns out, in the Middle Ages. Those heavy bed curtains weren't exactly soundproof. Let's talk about bed curtains. Every noble bed worth its embroidered salt had them thick panels of wool, velvet, or damask that wrapped around the frame and draped down to the floor. They weren't just for decoration. They were insulation, warmth, privacy, and occasionally status symbols all rolled into one dramatic flourish. But the biggest misconception? That they created solitude? They didn't, at best. They gave the illusion of privacy-like, hiding behind a tapestry and whispering in the dark while 5 other people pretend not to hear you. You sit there now, inside this curtained cocoon, listening as your cousin confides in your aunt about how the midwife smelled faintly of brandy yesterday. Someone else mutters about a mysterious noise near the barn, and your brother is very clearly trying to impress a visiting scribe by quoting something he only half remembers from a church sermon. You don't say anything. You just listen, curled in the shadows of your private, but not really box of fabric. Curtains around beds served many purposes. First and foremost, warmth. Medieval buildings were cold. Stone walls, drafty halls, single fireplaces that couldn't heat much beyond a 4-foot radius. The bed curtains trapped body heat, like a personal climate bubble. Once you climbed in and drew them shut, the temperature inside might rise just enough to unfreeze your knees and make your nose stop resembling a turnip. But warmth wasn't the only benefit. The curtains also blocked light handy in a world without dimmer switches or blackout shades. If your bed was in a shared room, and it almost always was, you couldn't ask everyone to put out their candles just because you were ready to snooze. The curtains gave you your own nightfall, even if the chamber was still bustling with activity. And of course, there was modesty. Medieval clothing involved layers, laces, and lots of maneuvering. Getting undressed required effort and privacy. Bed curtains allowed you to disrobe with at least the illusion of discretion. Same went for ahim, marital activities. If a noble couple wanted to be discreet, the curtains offered some concealment. Though honestly, with servants sleeping in the same room, walls made of paper-thin wood, and the whole estate listening for inheritance updates, privacy was mostly theatrical. Historians still argue how much secrecy these curtains really offered. Some suggest they were symbolic, creating sacred space within a room. Others believe they genuinely served practical needs, to retain warmth, reduce drafts, and signal status. The richer you were, the heavier and more elaborate your curtains. Some were embroidered with family crests, others trimmed with fringe, tassels, or tiny golden beads that jingled every time you turned over too quickly. And it wasn't just noble bedrooms. Monastic infirmaries, hospital wards, and even wealthier urban homes sometimes used bed curtains to separate sick from well, male from female, or simply to make people feel a little less like they were sleeping on display. In shared spaces like dormitories or guest halls, curtained beds were rare luxuries, often reserved for someone important or just someone who'd finally lost patience with Cousin Alfric's relentless nighttime humming. But back to the gossip. With no doors, no soundproofing, and no personal bedrooms, the medieval world became a theater of whispers. Conversations happened at bedsides, through curtains, around hearths, and inside half-closed canopies. People developed a sort of selective hearing. You pretended not to notice when your aunt talked to herself. You looked the other way when two servants whispered too fondly about oatcakes. And if you heard something juicy, well, you repeated it later, but only to your most trusted friend, or your cousin, or the baker. Fine. It made the rounds by morning. Curtains even played a part in courtly romance. Picture it. A noble lady lies in bed, surrounded by curtains, while her knightly suitor kneels just outside. Whispering his undying love in flowery language he cribbed from a troubadour. It's awkward. It's poetic. It's a little too public. But somehow, that made it exciting. The curtain was both barrier and bridge, a line between propriety and passion, or just a convenient place to hide when your dad storms in with a candlestick. There were even social rules about how and when to approach someone's curtained bed. Drawing the curtains open too quickly? Rude. Speaking through them without invitation? Very rude. Peeking? Absolutely scandalous. But whispering near them? Perfectly acceptable. Especially if you spoke in a low tone and had something especially dramatic to share, like who accidentally served spoiled ale to the bishop's steward last week. And don't forget the sounds that came through. Snoring, mumbling, muttered prayers. The occasional grumble about aching joints, all of it, wafted out through those thick curtains like gossip incense. The idea that the bed was a private sanctuary was mostly a dream. The reality? You were sleeping in a very fancy tent with the acoustics of a hollowed-out tree. But for all their flaws, bed curtains created a kind of psychological comfort. You could pretend the world outside didn't exist, that your problems stopped at the hem of the velvet, that no one could hear your bad dreams, your muttered hopes, or the squeaky protest of the featherbed as you turned over. The illusion mattered, sometimes more than the truth. You lie back now, half listening as your sister complains again about someone stealing her comb. The fire pops. Someone stifles a laugh. The curtain flutters slightly in the draft. You smile, because even if everyone hears everything, you're still wrapped in your own little world. A world that smells faintly of lavender, candle wax, and old wool. And honestly, it's not so bad. Sure, the privacy is an illusion, but the warmth is real. And the gossip? That's just free entertainment. You wake up with a pressing need, the kind of need that doesn't wait politely until dawn. Unfortunately, your next move isn't as simple as shuffling to the hallway and flipping on a light. In your world, medieval sleeper, nighttime bathroom breaks are an adventure. You peek through the bed curtains, eyes adjusting to the shadows, and begin calculating chamber pot, cold floor, or possibly getting eaten by whatever just knocked over a bucket outside. Welcome to the glamorous world of medieval nighttime hygiene. Let's begin with the basics. Nature doesn't pose because it's dark, but neither did medieval ingenuity, sort of. The most common solution? The chamber pot. A simple, often ceramic or metal bowl, tucked under the bed or hidden behind a curtain, ready to serve in your hour of greatest discomfort. And yes, that meant you and anyone else sleeping nearby became deeply familiar with the gentle splash of someone else's business hitting the bottom of a cold pot in the middle of the night. You rise carefully now, blanket around your shoulders like a shivering cloak of dignity, and tiptoe across the room. Someone's elbow juts from beneath the blanket pile. A baby sighs in its sleep. And there it is, the pot. Not exactly private, not particularly clean, but functional. You do what you must. Whisper an apology to the universe, and slip back into bed, hoping no one stirs. Because nothing shatters the illusion of bed curtain privacy quite like your uncle's eyebrows rising at the sound of your midnight tinkle. And if you didn't have a chamber pot, well, that meant braving the outdoors. For many rural homes and even townhouses, there was no indoor toilet. You'd venture into the backyard, toward the privy rickety wooden shack over a pit, drafty, dark, and highly atmospheric. The path was muddy or frozen, the door sometimes jammed, and if you were especially unlucky, a rat had moved in and taken full ownership of the hole. Did people go outside in the middle of the night? Yes. Hesitantly, armed with a rushlight or a candle stub and their warmest boots. But they weren't happy about it. The risks were real, stepping on something sharp, falling into the privy, or being startled by livestock. There were stories, probably exaggerated, of people being attacked by wolves or wandering into bogs, half asleep, and never seen again. The average person didn't need much encouragement to just stay indoors and aim very carefully. Now, about that night air, people genuinely believed it could kill you. Medieval medical theory taught that air changed after sunset, becoming thick with miasmous poisonous vapors that caused plague, fevers, or worse. Opening windows at night was considered dangerous. Sleeping with your mouth open, risky. Wandering out under the stars to use the privy, a gamble with your respiratory system. So, understandably, most people did their best to avoid leaving the house at all after dark. Enter the close stool. For the well-to-do, chamber pots got fancy. A close stool looked like a small wooden bench or cabinet with a seat on top and a removable pot inside. It could be padded, curtained, and if you were rich enough, attended by someone whose entire job was dealing with your backside. Nobles didn't necessarily empty their own chamber pots. That task fell to servants, who had to carry them out each morning, sometimes across vast stone corridors, spilling who knows what en route. You, of course, will be emptying your own. And not just yours, probably, your family's. 2. In the morning, the pot gets carried to a dumping spot, the garden, the edge of the village, or a communal cesspit. In cities, you might have to walk it to a public latrine. Either way, the experience is as unpleasant as you'd imagine, and this is why so many people simply dumped it out the window, which led to the infamous shout, "Garde-à-lou!" A polite warning in parts of medieval France and Britain that waste was about to rain down from above. It didn't always help. Travelers learned quickly to hug the walls and wear hats. Back indoors, you settle once more under your blanket, grateful you didn't step on anything alive. But the smell lingers. Medieval homes didn't have ventilation systems, and most people didn't bother sealing their chamber pots tightly. The scent of human waste mingled with the earthy musk of straw, fire smoke, and unwashed feet. You got used to it. Mostly. A few drops of rosewater on your pillow or burning herbs near the fire could help. But really, it was just part of the atmosphere. Personal hygiene was tied closely to sleep. Some folks believed it was best to cleanse the body before bed, though this usually meant washing hands and face with cold water. Maybe brushing teeth with a twig or rinsing with wine. Full baths were rare, and certainly not a nightly event. So if you woke up sweaty, itchy, or worse, you either dealt with it or slept in your clothes and tried again tomorrow. There was also a religious aspect to all this midnight discomfort. Bodily functions were reminders of the flesh, and the flesh was often considered weak. Many monastic orders embraced minimalism in hygiene, seeing nighttime discomfort as a spiritual test. Wetting the bed? A humiliation to be confessed. Kneading the chamber pot too often? A sign of gluttony. Bodily needs were, at best, tolerated, at worst, suspected of moral failure. Still, there were lighter moments. Folk remedies advised placing mint or lavender near your bed to calm the waters, so to speak. Some people even crafted padded chamber pot lids to keep the sound down, particularly in homes where sharing a sleeping space with your in-laws made every splash a source of judgment. One fringe belief suggested sleeping with a clove of garlic between your toes could reduce nighttime urges. There's no evidence it worked, but there is evidence that your bed partner might request separate straw piles. Historians still debate whether people of the Middle Ages were truly as indifferent to hygiene as stereotypes suggest. Some point to careful records of public bathhouses, the use of herbal deodorants, and religious bathing customs. Others argue that daily cleanliness was limited to what was necessary for survival and decency. But what's clear is that nighttime routines, however rustic, were deeply integrated into how people lived and slept. So you lie there now, the pot tucked back into its corner, the draft creeping through the shutters again, and the rest of the room slowly returning to silence. Your body, slightly less comfortable, slightly more relieved, begins to relax. You pull the covers up, roll to your side, and listen as someone across the room coughs and then mutters about needing to go next. Let them. You've already conquered the dark, the draft, and the daunting journey to a ceramic bowl. You've lived the true medieval midnight experience. And somehow, you're still tired enough to fall asleep again, even if the room smells faintly like garlic, mint, and inevitability. You're dreaming again something about a bread loaf that sings and a chicken who owes you money. But then, a noise stirs you from sleep. A low grunt, maybe a cluck, maybe a snort. You open your eyes. There's a shadow moving across the floor. No, not a ghost. Worse, it's your pig. Again, because here, in your charming little medieval household, you're not just sleeping with family members. You're sharing your slumber with the entire barnyard. Welcome to the strange, noisy, and surprisingly snuggly world of animal roommates. For most medieval peasants, there was no such thing as a pet just for companionship. Animals served purposes. Pigs were walking meat lockers. Chickens were egg machines. Dogs herded or guarded. Cats kept the mice away or tried. Cows, goats, sheep all, essential parts of daily life. And in the colder months, many of them slept indoors with you. Not in a cute, curated farmhouse way, but in a, well, it's them or we freeze kind of way. It wasn't laziness or affection. It was pure, frugal logic. Your cottage walls are wattle and daub. Your windows are glorified holes with shutters. And your fire barely warms anything beyond arm's reach. So every living, breathing thing that produces heat becomes part of your bedtime plan. That includes your brother, your grandmother, and yes, Buttercup the goat. Your room, if we're calling it that, is probably one large space. On one side, the family bed, a heap of blankets, straff, and gentle regret. On the other, the animal pen, or maybe just a rope or low wooden rail separating you from the pigs. That's right, no barn. Or if there is one, it's attached directly to the house, so you can share your warmth and your smells like a true medieval commune. The chickens are roosting somewhere overhead, tucked into rafters or perched on beams, occasionally fluttering down in the night to peck at crumbs or your toes. You've learned to sleep through the random flaps. Mostly. The dog is curled under the table, farting in rhythm with his breathing. The cat is on your stomach, kneading your blanket like it's responsible for tomorrow's bread. And the pig, well, the pig wanders. She makes low, philosophical sounds and sometimes nudges your elbow in search of turnip peels. This isn't an accident, it's practical heating. Animals gave off body warmth. And, in a poorly insulated room, every degree mattered. A family might rise together at dawn with numb toes but warm cores, all thanks to a shared patch of air warmed by humans and livestock combined. Your bed smells like fur, and old cheese, but it keeps you alive. The only downside? The snoring symphony. And snore they do. People always talk about the pigs grunting and dogs growling. But chickens snore too, in a strange little wheeze that only adds to the soundscape. Add a coughing child, a mumbling grandfather, and the occasional midnight bleat, and you've got yourself the medieval version of a white noise machine, if White noise occasionally stepped on your head. Now, this arrangement wasn't universal. Wealthier families built separate barns and animal stalls. But even then, some livestock might winter indoors. A prized milk cow, a sick sheep, or newborn animals could be brought into the warmest part of the house, the sleeping area. In towns, where space was tighter, it was common to see pigs or goats tethered in courtyards, or even trotting through alleys. Some taverns allowed animals inside, especially if the guests were paying. You could sleep on a bench beside your donkey. If the innkeeper liked your donkey was particularly charming. But even for nobles, animals weren't far. Hunting dogs might sleep in chambers. Monks kept cats in monasteries, ostensibly to fight rats, but also because monks get lonely too. And some eccentric nobles kept exotic animals, monkeys, peacocks, even the occasional cheetah brought back from a crusade. You think your cat knocking over a candle is annoying. Try waking up to a confused panther sitting on your chest. Still, for most people, animals weren't luxury, they were survival. Chickens meant breakfast. Cows meant milk. If a piglet was born during a storm, and you brought it inside and tucked it into a blanket beside the hearth. There's even folklore that says pigs bring luck when born under a new moon, especially if they sleep quietly through their first night. Good luck verifying that. Though you've got one trying to chew your blanket right now. And hygiene? Oh yes. It was a problem. Animals poop. They track in mud. They shed. And the straw beneath your bed doesn't exactly repel filth. Every morning, someone probably you has to sweep, replace straw, and scrub away evidence of last night's adventures. You've become strangely adept at identifying who did what just by the smell. Despite the mess, there's something comforting about it. In a world so full of uncertainty, bad harvests, fevers, war rumors, there's a strange peace in waking up surrounded by life. The cluck of a hen, the soft bleating of a lamb, even the rhythmic chewing of a goat gnawing on your shoe. These sounds mean things are normal. Things are safe. Historians still debate how common full-room animal cohabitation was. Some say it was standard for poor rural families. Others argue it depended on region, weather, and personal choice. But nearly all agree that animal proximity was far closer than we're used to now. The line between barn and bedroom was often little more than a wooden beam or, sometimes, just wishful thinking. And there were rules. Don't kick the chicken. Don't let the pig climb the ladder. Always check your boots before putting them on, because cats and surprises go hand in hand. And if the dog barks in the middle of the night, you get up, because either someone's sneaking into your cabbage patch, or there's a storm rolling in. And both are serious business. You pull the blanket higher. Adjusting to accommodate the cat's tail, the pig has finally settled in the corner. Snout, resting on a pillow she definitely wasn't invited to use. The fire pops softly. Your brother mumbles something about soup in his sleep. And you, somewhere between cozy and annoyed, let your eyes drift shut again. It's not the sleep of kings. There's fur in your mouth, and something sharp under your hip. But it's warm. It's alive. And despite the grunts, bleats, and low growls, it's oddly perfect. Just maybe check for hoof prints before you roll over. You wake to a soft, jingling sound, like tiny bells sewn into the edge of a dream. But this isn't a jester. And you haven't time-traveled to a Christmas pageant. No. What you're hearing are the footsteps of a night traveler, someone crossing the village after dark. Bundled in cloak and caution, guided by the moon and their own stubborn urgency. And it reminds you, not everyone sleeps all night. In fact, in the Middle Ages, sleeping in one uninterrupted block was about as rare as a bath with rose petals and no frogs. Enter the curious practice of segmented sleep. You stretch, yawn, and realize your body is already used to this rhythm. The sleep-wake-sleep cycle wasn't a disruption in the medieval world. It was a routine. People called it first sleep and second sleep. And in between was a period of wakefulness that ranged from an hour to 2, depending on who you were, where you lived, and how much ale you drank before bed. First sleep typically began after nightfall, just a few hours after the final meal and evening prayers. People would settle down around sunset or shortly thereafter, drifting off naturally as the fire dwindled and the house quieted. This first phase of sleep might last 4 to 5 hours. Then, like clockwork, you'd wake up. Not abruptly. Not in panic. Just awake. During this in-between time, often called the watch or the waking, you might tend to small chores. Stoke the fire. Use the chamber pot. Check on animals or ill family members. But you also might do something much more peculiar. Talk. Yes. That mysterious medieval murmuring wasn't just gossip before bed. This mid-sleep interval was known for conversation, storytelling, even a little casual intimacy for those so inclined. If you lived in a monastery, this waking period was neatly occupied by the divine office matins, those cold and groggy prayers that summoned monks from their cots. If you were a peasant, it was less structured, but no less purposeful. Some people prayed, believing the hours between midnight and dawn were the holiest, closest to God's ear. Others read or recited scripture, if they could read. And others, they got creative. Letters from the period suggest people used this time to ponder their dreams, plan their crops, or just sit in quiet reflection. One medieval doctor even recommended using this wakeful period to digest food or meditate on virtue. And if you were a couple, this was prime time for, shall we say, marital bonding. A 16th century physician described it as a quiet time, most apt for the works of nature. Subtle, you sit up now in your cot, rubbing your eyes, blanket wrapped around your shoulders like a cape of yawns. The room is dimly lit by moonlight sneaking through the cracks in the shutters. Someone across the room is humming a tune, probably a lullaby their mother once sang. You hear the creak of someone rising to fetch water, the soft clink of pottery, and outside, an owl hoots, utterly unfazed by human sleep patterns. This waking period wasn't a nuisance. It was natural. Some scientists now believe our ancestors' bodies were simply responding to circadian rhythms aligned with environmental light levels, without artificial lighting to stretch the day unnaturally. People adapted to what their bodies did best, sleep in shifts. They weren't groggy. When they awoke midnight, they were alert, engaged, productive. Some even described it as a favorite time of day. Historians still argue how widespread segmented sleep truly was. Some sources come from England and France, where the practice is well documented, Others suggest Mediterranean cultures leaned more toward late nights and siestas. But across many regions, references to first and second sleep show up in letters, court records, and even literature. It was normal, expected, and oddly calming. Of course, not all in-between periods were spent gently praying. If you were a night watchman or lived in a city with actual crime and rats the size of dogs, this was the time for vigilance. Towns often had official watchmen who patrolled the streets during these hours, ringing bells or carrying torches to signal safety or shout about fire or theft. The threat of burglary, arson, or even spiritual assault, yes, demons again, was higher at night. So having alert eyes was crucial. You hear footsteps outside again. Maybe the night watch. Maybe someone heading to the bakehouse to start the day's bread. In many villages, bakers and blacksmiths rose long before sunrise, using this in-between time to prepare the essentials. Their work lit the village's second half of sleep, filling the air with warm smells and soft hammering before most people even stirred. And for the less industrious, this wakeful spell was simply a chance to rest differently, to lie back and think, to whisper to the person next to you, to trace patterns in the thatched ceiling and consider what tomorrow might bring. There was no guilt, no pressure to go back to sleep immediately or else. Your body would drift naturally into second sleep. Another 4 hours or sound till dawn crept in, and roosters started their opinionated shouting. This rhythm also helped explain medieval productivity. Waking in the night meant you could accomplish tasks in darkness without sacrificing rest. Spin wool, mend clothes, write letters by candlelight, or even sneak a bath if you were feeling wild. Yes, night baths happened. Risky. Perhaps what with cold air and all those theories about bad vapors, but sometimes necessary. Especially if you'd been mucking stalls or trudging through a marsh all day. You yawn, stretch again, and consider what to do with your own watch. The fire's still alive, crackling softly. A cup of leftover broth sits near the hearth. Maybe you'll sip it, wrap yourself tighter in your blanket, and listen to the night. Not every moment needs filling. Sometimes, being awake when the world is asleep feels like its own kind of magic. Second, sleep will come. It always does. But for now, you exist in the gentle space between neither day nor night, neither fully awake nor still dreaming. And in that quiet middle, the medieval world hums softly, alive in the hush. You're still wrapped in your blanket, half asleep, and the fire's nearly out. The night is quiet, no wearily so. No more clucking from the rafters. No whispering from the next pallet over. Not even the pig grunting in her sleep. But you notice something strange. You're aware, wide awake, and not because of noise or nightmares. Just awake, alert in the darkness. It's as if your body, trained by the rhythm of medieval nights, has delivered you to the watchful hour. But what if that stillness so ordinary to you felt anything but natural to others? Because in the Middle Ages, that deep silence could easily stir something else. Superstition. The medieval night wasn't just dark, it was charged. Once the sun went down, the world shifted. Sure, during daylight, people gossiped, farmed, prayed, flirted awkwardly while fetching water. But after dusk, that's when things got interesting. The boundaries between the physical and the spiritual world, so everyone believed, thinned out. You weren't just afraid of tripping over a goose in the dark. You were afraid of what might be watching from the shadows. Even now, you feel it. That tiny prickle on the back of your neck. The instinct that something is out there. Just past the door. Maybe it's the wind. Maybe it's just someone moving in their sleep. Or maybe it's something the church warned you about in hushed tones. Demons. Restless souls. Or spirits that crept along the edges of the night. Especially during that in-between space when first sleep faded and second sleep had yet to begin. People told stories of the merry a supernatural creature that slipped into rooms at night and sat on your chest, stealing your breath. Some thought it caused bad dreams. Others believed it was punishment for impure thoughts. Or sleeping on your back, a very dangerous position. Apparently, you felt it once or twice that heavy. Frozen moment, when your body wakes but won't move. Heart racing. Limbs useless. Today, we call it sleep paralysis. Back then, probably demonic interference. Or, at the very least, an angry brownie. And yes, brownies. Those household spirits, who helped with chores, if treated well, but wreaked havoc if disrespected. You might leave a bit of milk out for them before bed, or a crumb of bread. Forget, and you risk a string of bad luck, lost tools, sewer milk, or chickens refusing to lay. Some families even whispered apologies aloud before blowing out the candle, just in case something small and invisible was listening. Not every midnight visitor was malevolent. Though, people also believed in protective spirits, angels, ancestral presences, saints. That's why holy relics, crosses, or bits of blessed fabric were hung near the bed. Children often slept with amulets or charms sewn into their pillows, meant to ward off evil dreams and wandering spirits. One odd tradition involved slipping dried rose petals under your mattress to attract good visions. Another advised hanging an old horseshoe above the beta habit, still alive today. Albeit now considered quirky rather than spiritually urgent. Still, nighttime brought very real fears. Not just otherworldly ones. Either. Bandits, arsonists, even jealous neighbors were known to act under cover of darkness. If someone's barn mysteriously burned down or livestock went missing, suspicion fell on the creatures of the night, which included both devils and the guy 2 doors down who thought your cow looked particularly milkable. You hear a noise, now just a soft creak, probably the house settling, or a log in the fire shifting. But it's enough to make you glance toward the doorway. Just a dark shape there. Nothing more. Still. Your hand inches toward the carved wooden charm, tucked under your blanket, something your grandmother gave you, meant to keep nightmares at bay. You clutch it. More out of habit than belief. Or maybe a little of both. Historians still argue how seriously people took these nighttime fears. Some suggest the church promoted them to keep people moral and indoors. Others believe folk traditions held stronger sway in rural areas, where the woods, fog, and long winters fed the imagination. Regardless, fear shaped behavior. You didn't walk alone at night unless you had to. You didn't whistle after dark. It could attract spirits. and you certainly didn't fall asleep without saying your prayers preferably 3 times. Just to be safe, and if you absolutely had to go out at night, say, to fetch a midwife, or check on a calving cow, you prepared accordingly. A candle blessed on Candlemas. A sprig of rowan, maybe a whispered psalm, or the name of a saint repeated like a mantra. Some people carried knives not for fighting, but because iron was believed to repel witches. If that didn't work, you just walked fast and avoided looking at shadows, which is honestly still solid advice. Of course, not everyone believed in spirits. Some scholars and physicians chalked night terrors up to bad digestion or melancholy vapors. Eat too many onions before bed, and you might see the devil. Sleep too close to a freshly buried body, and you might wake with a sick soul. These theories were a strange stew of science, religion, and folkloriach, more unsettling than the last. But whether you were devout or skeptical, you respected the night. You moved more quietly, listened harder, stayed close to the hearth and your kin. And if something strange happened to whisper, a cold breath on your cheek, a dream that didn't feel like a dream, you simply added it to your growing catalog of things we don't talk about after sundown. Now, back in your own straw-filled sleeping space. The fear has passed. The noise was nothing. Probably, your charm lies warm in your hand. The fire sighs. Someone begins to snore again, very loudly, as if to shoo away the silence. You lie back and stare at the rafters. There's comfort in routine, even in old superstitions. You've made it through the waking hour. You've guarded the edge of sleep. And soon, second sleep will carry you the rest of the way to morning. But just in case, you pull the blanket a little higher, maybe whisper a little prayer. Something short, something safe. You awaken this time not to fear, nor to pigs, nor even to the clang of a dropped ladle. No hat pulls you gently from the depths of your second sleep is something much rarer, almost mythical in its softness, the sound of music, a thin, ritu melody, not quite tune and not quite prayer, wafts through the cold morning air. You're still groggy, tangled in wool and thoughts, but as you strain your ears, you realize it's a flute, or maybe a pipe, and it's being played not far from your window, because not all medieval people woke to rooster crows or the crashing of buckets. Some communities, particularly in towns or manorial estates, had their own local alarm clocks. Humans, the watchman who sang out the hours, the shepherd piping to his flock, the boy tasked with walking through the streets, banging 2 sticks together before sunrise. And on rare mornings, you might even be blessed with a melodia gentle start to a day otherwise full of mud, labor, and arguments about turnip storage. You stretch beneath your blanket, body stiff from another night on straw. But that little tune outside carries a strange comfort, a signal. The world is waking again. Time to begin, but let's linger just a moment longer. One last slice of medieval sleep you haven't yet wrestled with, how mornings actually started. Because waking up in the Middle Ages was not like hitting a snooze button, rolling over, and scrolling your favorite dome-laden news app. No, waking up was a full body, full house, chore-driven event. First comes the light, not from a light bulb or a blinking screen, but from the slowly brightening sky, bleeding in around the shutters. Some people slept with windows open to the east, specifically to catch that first light, a natural alarm clock. Unrelenting and entirely unnegotiable. You'd stir as the colors changed. Pink, then gold, then full daylight. And if you didn't rise with the sun, you got left behind. Next comes the sounds, the lowing of cattle needing to be milked, the clatter of pots as someone fumbles with porridge, the aforementioned rooster flexing his vocal cords like it's his personal concert. If you lived near a monastery or cathedral, the bells would be the first and most inescapable reminder that it's time to start the day, and not just the day in general, the holy day. Matins, lauds, primethos, sacred hours divided the calendar of your waking life. And monks weren't the only ones who heard their toll. You stir now, slowly pushing back your blanket. Your breath forms a cloud in the morning chill. The hearth has gone out. No surprise there. The floor is freezing. And you immediately regret not stealing your sister's wool socks last night. Someone near the fire is already awake, possibly boiling water or stirring ashes. And the pig is, you guessed it, snoring contentedly. Typical. But before you're allowed to start the day, there's one final ritual. A quiet one, maybe even sacred. Morning prayers. For most medieval folk, waking wasn't complete without whispering, thanks, crossing oneself, or offering a few lines of memorized Latin. Even if you weren't particularly devout, there was comfort in that little habit. A buffer between dreams and duties. A moment to reset the soul before the onslaught of chores and gossip and whatever was going wrong with the sheep. Some folks knelt at their bedside. Others simply mumbled from beneath their blankets, hoping the heavens were lenient with sleepy diction. Children were taught simple morning prayers as soon as they could speak. And if you were very piouser, wanted to appear so you might kiss a relic, chant a psalm, or light a little rush taper. It wasn't performative. It was preventative. After all, who knew what sins might try to sneak into your heart before breakfast? Once prayers were finished, the physical rituals began. Shake out the bedding. Retuck the straw. Stretch your limbs. If you were lucky enough to own a comb, you'd run it through your hair while squinting into a bit of polished metal, pretending it was a mirror. If you were really lucky, someone had already warmed a cloth to wipe your face. Otherwise, it was cold water and a rude awakening. Hygiene in the morning was basic. A quick splash to the face, maybe the hands. If you were noble, you had a basin and jug. If not, you shared the same pail as your cousins and prayed they hadn't been soaking onions in it again. Teeth were scraped with sticks or rubbed with wool. Breath was accepted. And unless it was a festival day or you were planning to see someone important, your outfit remained unchanged from yesterday. That included the shirt you also slept in. Now, only slightly wrinkled and significantly less fresh, historians still debate how often people changed clothes or washed their bodies. Some records suggest a concern for cleanliness, especially among urban dwellers or monks. Others imply that daily washing was seen as indulgent or even unhealthy, especially in winter. But everyone agreed on one thing: cold water wakes you up fast. Then came the food, or the hope of it. Breaking fast was not always a grand event. For peasants, it might mean leftover pottage, a crust of bread, or a mug of watered ale cheese if you were fortunate, eggs if the hens had cooperated. Nobles had more elaborate spread sweetmeats. Fright, even wine, but most people kept breakfast simple, light enough to work after, filling enough to keep you standing until the midday meal. And what a chaotic moment. It was everyone crowding around the pot, dipping their bread, arguing about who took the last leak. Some ate sitting up in bed. Others stood around the fire. Elbows were everywhere. Conversation was minimal, because everyone knew. The longer you lingered, the colder the food, and the greater your chances of being assigned something unpleasant, like scraping manure from the threshold or collecting chicken feathers again. Still, the moment had its joys. Sharing warmth, trading dreams, bragging about how early you woke up, rolling your eyes at whoever snored the loudest. All of it stitched together a sense of rhythm, understanding that no matter how strange the night, the morning would come, and with it, bread, breath, and a bit of borrowed time before the real work began. You stand now, fully upright. If a little hunched from the chill, the pig opens one eye. The dog stretches. Your cousin sneezes and immediately blames the draft. Someone throws open a shutter. Light floods in, brilliant and golden, and far too aggressive. You wince. You breathe. You reach for your boots. Morning has come to your medieval world, and whether you slept deeply, tossed like a ship in stormy dreams, or lay awake worrying about demons and toads, none of it matters now. The day demands your attention, and maybe, just maybe, tonight you'll earn a better rest. You step into the morning light, eyes still squinting, toes slightly numb, and breath puffing out in little ghost clouds. The day has begun, which means your brief, grumpy flirtation with rest is already ancient history. But today you're not herding geese, hauling water, or pretending to enjoy pickled herring for the third morning in a row. No. Today, you're being summoned by someone fancier. Someone with extra blankets and actual pillows. You've been chosen to help with the chamber of a noble. Which means you're about to step into a completely different world of medieval sleep. As you enter the manor house, it's warmer. For starters, the stone walls are thick, the windows slightly larger, though still, drafty-an tapestries hang like frozen waterfalls of woven glory. It smells like wax, herbs, and expensive dust. You follow a servant through a corridor, then up creaky stairs, until you reach the bedchamber. There it is, a bed so enormous it could double as a wrestling ring. Tall wooden posts, carved with creatures both holy and possibly imaginary, hold up an elaborate canopy. The curtains are thick, embroidered, and designed to make peasants weep. A stool waits at the foot for climbing in, because even nobles need a boost sometimes, and the bed itself looks more like a throne on its back. This is no humble straw mat. This is the final frontier of medieval luxury sleep. But don't be fooled. All that glamour, it doesn't always mean comfort. First, the mattresses. Most nobles slept on something called a feather bed, literally, a sack stuffed with feathers. Sounds dreamy, right? Until you realize those feathers clump, flatten, and shift so dramatically that you spend most of the night trying not to roll into the middle like a roasted chicken. Beneath the feather bed is usually a straw mattress, or pallet, for firmness, and below that, sometimes ropes or wooden slats that had to be tightened regularly. Yes, that's where the phrase, "sleep tight," comes from. You glance around the chamber and spot all the essentials of noble bedtime life. The bed warmer, a metal pan filled with hot coals used to toast the sheets before anyone climbs in. A handbell, in case the lord or lady needs to summon someone at 2 a.m. because their foot is cold or they just remembered a poem. A chamber pot, likely silver or brass, and far too nice to pee in. But that's its job, and near the fire. Folded garments, so layered and complex, it would take a small orchestra to put them on. Also in the room, the servant who sleeps there too. That's right, nobles didn't sleep alone. Privacy was a privilege of the imagination. Attendants often rested on pallets near the hearth or even on benches, ready to rise at a whisper. If the lord was sick, the servant kept watch. If the lady had a nightmare, someone fetched water. And if either needed anything more delicate, the servant either helped directly or stepped outside very, very quickly. As the sun rises higher, you fluff the pillows with excessive reverence, carefully shake the bedclothes, and try very hard not to sneeze on the embroidered canopy that probably took someone 3 years to finish. It's a strange feeling, seeing so much effort go into a place designed for unconsciousness. But in noble households, the bed was more than sleep, it was theater. Beds were political symbols. The more elaborate your bed, the more important you were. Kings held audiences in bed. Literally, guests might approach the royal bedside, bow, and conduct official business while the monarch lounged under brocade covers, sipping wine and trying not to look bored. Even lesser nobles used their beds as semi-public spaces. Gossip, deals, flirtations, they all happened within curtain range, and let's not ignore the ceremonial side. Marriages were often consummated publicly, or at least semi-publicly. The newlyweds were escorted to bed with great fanfare, tucked in by witnesses, and left to their awkwardly supervised privacy. The bedding ceremony was a big deal, with blessings, jokes, and an uncomfortable number of candles. The assumption was that a well-begun marriage, one that started under scrutiny, would produce strong heirs and fewer scandals. Historians still argue whether these ceremonies were symbolic or involved actual follow-through. Either way, the bed was the epicenter of dynastic hopes and nosy relatives. You think about your own humble sleep, spaciored with livestock, a brother who snores like a dying accordion, and a chamber pot that sometimes freezes over. And you wonder, did nobles really sleep better in all this grandeur? Maybe, but they also had more to worry about. Intrigue, inheritance, assassination. By pillow. And that feather bed? It looks soft. Sure. But it probably smells like goose and anxiety. Back in the present, your noble lady is stirring. Her maid enters with warm water and a cloth. You step aside, trying to look invisible. As the morning routine begins, hair is brushed, hands are washed. A small breakfast is served in bedsome fruit. A bit of warm wine. Maybe a wafer that tastes like expensive cardboard. The lady yawns, adjusts her lace cap, and begins her day without ever leaving the mattress. Not all noble mornings were so calm. Some awoke to music harpists or flutists, playing gentle tunes by the window. Others rose to the murmur of Latin being read aloud. If it was a feast day, servants might bring in branches of herbs or flower petals, and if the noble was feeling particularly devout, a confessor or priest might appear before breakfast, which certainly puts your morning muttering of "ugh" into perspective. Noble children, too, had their own sleeping customs, tucked into smaller beds near their parents or in separate nurseries with attendants. Of course, they were taught proper sleeping posture, prayer routines, and how to endure the tickle of linen nightshirts. Some were rocked to sleep with lullabies. Others were simply ordered to lie still and stop fidgeting. Discipline, after all, began with bedtime. As you tidy up, you notice the sheets have been changed. Not unusual, wealthier households often changed bed linen far more frequently than the common folk. Clean sheets were a sign of refinement and health. They were also enormous and hard to wash, which is why entire staff positions were dedicated to laundering, drying, and folding bedding. If you think your fitted sheets are frustrating, try wrangling 15 feet of damp, embroidered linen on a windy day while wearing 4 layers and trying not to trip over a chicken. And just when you think the job is done, the noble gestures toward a small cabinet by the wall. Inside, herbal sackets, because even nobles worry about sleep. Some preferred lavender. Others liked rose petals mixed with thyme. A few suspicious types even requested garlic or wolfsbane tucked into their pillows. Just in case. The rich had dreams, too, and sometimes nightmares more elaborate than yours. You leave the chamber quietly, returning to your less glamorous life, but with a newfound respect for noble discomfort, because no matter how fancy the bed, or how many servants fluff your pillow, sleep is still the great equalizer. It sneaks up on everyone. It humbles kings. It crumples gowns. It carries dreams and secrets alike, and besides, your pig snores with more personality. You head back to your cottage, shoulders sore from holding noble pillows like they were holy relics, and your stomach already growling for something that isn't boiled parsnips. You duck past the low wooden door, kick off your shoes by instinct, and immediately remember, it's laundry day, which means your bedding is about to get a lot less familiar, a lot more wet, and significantly colder, because today, you're washing your bedclothes, and in the medieval world, that's less a chore and more a full-blown logistical crusade. Let's begin with your bedding setup, which is probably more layered than a ceremonial onion. First, there's the straw mattresser palliasse, large sack, stuffed with dry straw, or sometimes chaff. If you're unlucky, then the bedclothes, a linen sheet, if you can afford one, a woolen blanket, and possibly a second blanket you borrowed from your aunt and haven't returned in 4 winters. All of these need airing out regularly, especially in the damp months when everything smells faintly of mildew and goat. But laundry day isn't just a quick spin in a washer. No, it's a production. First, you haul everything outside. Every mat, sheet, tunic, and random sock goes over a wooden trestle, a hedge, or even the chicken coop. You need sun. You need wind. You need the sky to not spit on you halfway through. Bed sheets were washed, only occasionally, maybe once a season. Maybe less because the process was brutal. Water had to be drawn, heated, and mixed with lye or ashes. And scrubbing wool is a delicate business. Too much agitation, and your blanket shrinks down to the size of a toddler's tunic. You start with the sheets. They're the most likely to have absorbed the dreams, sweats, and mysterious damp patches of nightly life. Into the wash tub they go, along with homemade soap and water that's already turning an alarming shade of brown. You stir it with a paddle, then rub the fabric over a washboard or against itself, muttering the entire time about whoever thought sleeping in wool was a good idea. For nobles, this job fell to laundry servants or washerwomen, sometimes full teams, who spent their days elbow-deep in boiling pots. They used large cauldrons, added ash or soda to soften the water, and beat the fabric with sticks to loosen the grime. These women weren't just strong. They were tactical. They had to manage stain removal, fabric care, timing, and weather. A wrong move, and suddenly the Lord's sheets looked like they'd been used to bury a sheep. You wring out your sheet, as best you can, arms aching, fingers numb. Then you drape it over a rope stretched between two posts, praying it won't sag into the mud. Linen dries faster than wool, but it still needs air, and a breeze, and ideally a break from that chicken who keeps eyeing it like it's nest material. The wool blanket waits its turn, sulking in a bucket like a wet dog. It knows it's next. There was also a great tradition of beating bedding. Not emotionally, though. You might feel tempted, but physically. Every so often, especially in summer, you'd drag your mattress outside, hang it on a line or spread it in the grass, and beat it with a stick or broom. The idea was to remove dust, mites, and the occasional confused beetle that had made a home in your dreams. It was loud, exhausting, and weirdly satisfying. Some towns even had communal beating frames, wooden structures, where everyone could come, hang up their bedding, and wage war against grime together. Of course, the noble class had it easier, or at least more detached. Their feather beds were rarely washed. Instead, servants aired them out, changed the linen covers frequently, and fluffed them daily. The actual feathers might go years without a wash, and when they finally did need replacing, servants would open the mattress, pluck out the old stuffing, and either wash the feathers or replace them entirely. Yes, mattress surgery was a real thing. Back in your own little home, the blanket is finally in the tub. You press it under the water, watching as it slowly drinks like a reluctant sponge. Wool is tricky. It can felt, shrink, or stretch if you mishandle it. You wash it gently, swishing it side to side, as if it were a skittish animal. When it's done, you lift it with a groan, water pouring off the edges in icy ribbons. You'll be drying this one inside by the fire, assuming the fire behaves and doesn't smoke you out. And what about the mattress? Well, that's where the real medieval genius kicks in. You don't wash the straw. You replace it. Once or twice a year, you unstuff the entire thing. Toss the old straw to the pigs, who probably eat it and then look at you like they need washing next, and stuff in fresh straw. Some people added herbs, lavender, wormwood, meant not just for the smell, but to repel bugs. A well-packed mattress smelled like a meadow and supported your spine like a particularly sarcastic friend, not soft, but there when needed. Historians still argue how often people truly clean their beds. Some evidence suggests urban dwellers, especially in crowded homes, were more rigorous rotating bedding, washing more often, and hanging items out of windows or across alleys. Others believe most peasants just aired their linens and hoped for the best. But almost everyone agreed on this. Clean bedding was tied to health, piety, and social impression. If someone important came over and your sheets looked like they'd been slept in by a raccoon, it was considered scandalous. You finish hanging the last of your linens, standing back to admire the strange but satisfying sight. White-ish fabric flapping gently in the breeze, like tired flags of domestic victory. The cottage smells faintly of soap, smoke, and damp wool. Your arms ache. Your hands are raw. But tonight, when you collapse into that newly restuffed mattress, pull the fresh, slightly crispy blanket over your head, and inhale the faint scent of lavender and effort, you'll sleep like royalty. Or at least like a well-scrubbed peasant. Just don't let the pig get there first. The sun dips low now, casting a honeyed glow over rooftops and hay bales, and you feel that familiar weight behind your ice and ache that says the day is done. Your limbs are jelly, and all your thoughts have collapsed into a single, desperate craving. Sleep, but not so fast, because even as yawns start rolling through your village like a sleepy fog, there's still one crucial part of medieval life standing between you and sweet unconsciousness, the evening ritual. And no, it's not just brushing your teeth with a twig. It's how you shut the world down. Dinner has passed something hot, if you were lucky. Something rooty, if not. The fire's burned low. The animals are fed. The children have chased their last chicken of the evening. And now, slowly, your household shifts into bedtime mode. And bedtime, even in the 1300s, wasn't just flopping face first into straw. It was a process, a choreography of closure, safety, superstition, and sometimes song. First comes the shutting in. This is no poetic metaphor. You literally shut yourself in. Doors were bolted with wooden beams, shutters latched, holes stuffed with rags. In towns, city gates closed at dusk, and the streets emptied like clockwork. Everyone inside. Anyone wandering after dark? Suspicious at best. Criminal at worst. You wanted to be home by sunset, unless you fancied being mistaken for a thief or a werewolf. And yes, both were actual fears. Next, the hearth. The fire was the soul of the home, and it had to be banked before bed. You rake the coals into a tight pile, maybe cover them with ash or turf to smother the flame while preserving the embers. You don't want it burning. All-night house fires were a real risk, but you also don't want to wake to frozen toes. So you walk the line between warmth and danger, hoping your half-covered fire survives till morning. Then comes prayer. Whether you're in a cottage, castle, or cloister, bedtime prayers are non-negotiable. A whispered Ave Maria, a muttered plea to Saint Michael, to ward off evil dreams. For children, a rhyme or chant, Some even traced protective symbols onto their chests or door frames. Superstition and spirituality overlap so thoroughly that no one could really say whether the prayers were for God or just to keep the night from creeping in. And then you wash. Or at least, you rinse. A bowl of cool water. A quick splash to the face. Maybe hands and feet. Hair is often left alone. Especially for women, since going to bed with wet hair was said to cause illness or encourage night vapors. You've heard that tale enough times to never risk it. So you scrub your face, dry it on a cloth that smells faintly of lye, and call it good. Now comes the fun part, actually getting into bed. And, depending on your status, that means something very different. If you're a peasant like you, no offense, you have a single room, maybe a partitioned corner, and a communal bed shared with siblings, cousins, and whatever creature has decided to join you tonight. Climbing into it requires negotiation. Who gets the wall side? Who sleeps by the feet? Who kicks in their sleep and must therefore be quarantined to the blanket edge? You argue. You laugh. Someone fake cries until they get the warmest spot. Every night. The same battle. If you're a monk, your bed is sparsely wooden cot, a thin blanket, and a daily routine dictated down to the minute. Vespers. Compline. Silence. You don't chat before sleep. You don't giggle. You meditate on mortality, and maybe use your blanket to swat at mice. Nobles. Meanwhile, to make a grand affair of it. Maids fluff pillows. Foot warmers are tucked beneath sheets. A bit of wine or posset, a sort of medieval milky nightcap, might be sipped beside the fire. And of course, everything happens in front of witnesses. Few nobles ever slept alone. Even unmarried lords had a valet or squire nearby. The curtains closed, but the company lingered. And, yes, those bed curtains, not just decoration, they kept out drafts, gave you a sliver of privacy, and made your bed feel less like a lumpy pile of straw and more like a cozy cave. If you were rich, those curtains were embroidered with birds, saints, or heraldic beasts. If not, they were patched linen that flapped like sails on windy nights. Still, they helped. Once inside your blanket burrito, the final rituals begin. Some families sang lullabies, hymns, even work songs that slowly faded into silence. You've got your favorite something about wheat and angels and a fox who loses his shoes. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't need to. The melody carries sleep on its back, and always, the stories. Medieval nights were thick with stories. Tales told by grandparents with wild eyebrows and cider breath. Legends about saints and witches and talking animals. Local gossip dressed up as cautionary tales. Ghosts that wandered the woods. Knights who slept in golden armor. Your cousin swears he saw a fairy once, and no one's managed to talk him out of it. These tales weren't just entertainment, they were instruction manuals for a world without Google. A verbal map of danger, hope, and occasionally very bad marriage advice. Historians still debate how common these rituals were, or how strictly they followed patterns. Some argue that every family had its own customs, shaped by region, religion, and weather. Others suggest strong consistencies. Everyone banked the fire. Everyone muttered prayers. Everyone, at some point, tried to sleep with one eye open, just in case a rat decided to borrow their blanket. Back in your bed, the world finally quiets. The animals are settled. The last bowl has been scrubbed. You're warm. Somehow. Even though the night air bites like vinegar, you shift. You sigh. And then, in one last sleepy ritual, someone mumbles a phrase you've heard every night of your life. Sleep well. Don't let the hobgoblins bite. And for once, you really think they won't? The fire is out. Now, truly out. Not banked. Not crackling with sleepy coals. Just ash. Cold and pale. Like the breath of a ghost who's given up. Your eyes are closed. Your limbs are heavy. But the wind outside is doing that medieval thing where it finds every possible crack in the wall, as if it's auditioning for a role in your dreams. And just as you begin to drift, you hear it again, the unmistakable, pitiful squeal of someone being extremely uncomfortable. Not a person, a bed. Because tonight, the straw mattress beneath you has turned. You knew this day would come. The stuffing has slumped to one side. The seams are bulging. And every time someone shifts, it sounds like a cart full of chickens tipping over. Welcome, dear sleeper, to the underside of medieval rest. The bed itself. Beds in the Middle Ages were as varied as the people who owned them. At one end of the scale, noble canopy beds with velvet hangings, feather-stuffed heaven piles, and ornate carved headboards that practically screamed, "Look at me. I'm important." At the other end, the humble pallet, made from straw, stuffed into a coarse sack and laid on the floor, possibly elevated on a wooden frame, but just as often not. If you were extremely poor or on the road, no bed at all. Just the floor, a cloak, and a prayer that no one stepped on your face. Your mattress is the middling kind. A sack, sure, but one that's been patched, flipped, restuffed, and sworn at over the years. The straw inside once fresh and fragrantous, now flattened, toasty, and inclined to poke you in unexpected places. You shift. You roll. You poke a back. It squeaks in protest. Honestly, you're losing the argument. Time to fix it. You drag the thing away from the wall. Knock it a few times like it owes you rent. And then begin the ritual of fluffing. This isn't like fluffing a pillow. This is warfare. You have to knead the straw through the sackcloth, breaking up the clumps, redistributing the bulk, and hoping you don't uncover something that scurries. Some people used sticks. Others just used fists and frustration. You opt for both. But it's not just the mattress. Bedding as a whole was a complicated affair. In wealthier homes, beds were built like layer cakes, mattress, featherbed, bolster pillows, wool blankets, linen sheets, counterpanes, and then the all-important bed curtains. If you're wondering how they didn't overheat under all that, remember, the rooms were freezing. Also, let's not kid ourselves. Body odor was not shy in this era. Linen sheets were praised for absorbing sweat. Too bad you only own one. And it's being used as a curtain right now. Pillows? a luxury. Most peasants used rolled-up cloaks or bundles of rags. Nobles had actual pillows, often embroidered, sometimes filled with down or horsehair. Some even had pillow codes, colors and patterns that matched their heraldry. Because nothing says good sleep like resting your head on your family's terrifying three-headed lion crest. Now, about beds themselves. They weren't just for sleep. During the day, they were rearranged, sat upon, even eaten on. In crowded homes, the family bed served multiple purpose: couch, storage unit, staging area for minor surgery. And, since many people shared a single bed, privacy was out the window. You learned to sleep through conversation, the occasional argument, and someone else's questionable digestion. Or you didn't sleep at all. Interestingly, many beds were mobile. Foldable frames, rope bases, and lightweight mattresses meant beds could be moved if needed, especially for travel. Some nobles traveled with their beds, because how else could they be expected to conquer France or argue about feudal land rights unless they slept like a king on a portable mattress wrapped in embroidered gilt? You returned to your own little battle, flipping the straw sack over, retucking the corners, and muttering under your breath. The result is decent, lumpy in new places, slightly less loud. You toss your blanket back on and crawl in, feeling victorious. Then your brother flops down next to you and instantly retilts the entire bed like a ship in a storm. You sigh. Again. Historians still argue about how often bedding was changed, rotated, or replaced. Some evidence suggests seasonal turnover: fresh straw in spring and fall, heavier blankets in winter. Others point to more sporadic habits, dependent on wealth, weather, and how much your back was screaming at you. But all agree on one thing: the bed was central. It was a person's sanctuary, workspace, and, occasionally, their deathbed. Some wills from the time include beds as prized, possessions passed down like treasure. A feather bed with crimson covering, or a bedstead with carved posts, was a status symbol. And in some households, the best bed was saved for guests. Yes, even if your own spine was turning into an S-curve, your neighbor got the comfy mattress. Hospitality mattered. Spines, less so. As you settle in again, you consider the other sleep spots of the era. Servants often slept on benches, in cupboards, or even curled up in hallways. Apprentices might rest on sacks of flour or next to the forge. Pilgrims and travelers sometimes found straw piles in barnsir, just prayed for a friendly innkeeper. Monks slept in communal dormitories, often fully clothed, sometimes on wooden boards with no padding. One monastic order even banned blankets. For discipline or spite, children, meanwhile, were tucked wherever space allowed. Sometimes in bed with parents, sometimes piled like firewood in a corner, sometimes under the bed itself. One common method was to assign kids to the foot of the bed so, while adults slept lengthwise, kids slept widthwise. Like awkward human borders. Cozy, debatable. Efficient? Definitely. You adjust your blanket one last time. The straw crackles beneath you. It's not perfect. It never was. But it's home. The squeaks and lumps and peculiar smells are as much a part of you as the dreams you'll have tonight. And tomorrow. If your back protests enough, maybe you'll barter with the neighbor for fresher straw. Or bribe your sibling to sleep somewhere else. Or wild idea you could sleep diagonally. A true power move. You sleep. Deeply. Finally. Until the dreams start to shift. And that strange tingle of morning not quite dawn. Not quite. Night curls under your skin, like the edge of a blanket being slowly lifted. You groan, turn over, and almost roll straight onto someone else's elbow. Again, the straw crackles beneath you. A rooster shouts outside, like it's being paid for enthusiasm. Another day has begun. And whether you slept like a log or a lumpy sack of onions, there's one undeniable truth about life in the Middle Ages. Sleep was a shared experience, and not just physically. Today, you think about who you sleep with. Not romantically, necessarily, but practically, because sleeping alone, that's a luxury for saints and nobles. For everyone else, sleep is communal. You've shared your bed since you were old enough to be swaddled. And unless you suddenly inherit a fortune or join a hermit cult, that's unlikely to change. Let's begin with families. Most peasant households had one bed. One. That meant parents, children, siblings, and maybe a cousin or two, all packed in like medieval sardines. Limbs flung, wherever they happened to land. The smallest child might get tucked in the crook of an adult's knees. The eldest might end up at the foot, under a communal blanket that smelled like smoke, wool, and dreams. These arrangements weren't just for warmth, though, that helped. They were practical. Space was limited. Firewood was precious. Body heat was a real commodity. In winter, people slept fully clothed, with cloaks wrapped around them, feet tucked beneath someone else's legs for warmth, and sometimes a dog curled into the gap for bonus insulation. You weren't just family. You were a heating system. You turn now, pressing your face into the less scratchy part of your pillow substitute. And remember, last winter, when even the pig got to sleep indoors, she wasn't in the bed. To be clear, but she was close enough that her breathing added a rhythm to the room. That's how medieval sleep worked. Proximity, trust, and just enough space not to bite someone when they snored too loud. Even nobles weren't immune to shared beds, though their reasons were often more political. Traveling? You'd likely bunk up with your retinue. Visiting another noble house? Expect to be offered their best bed already occupied. Shared beds signaled trust and hospitality. It wasn't odd to sleep beside someone you barely knew. In fact, refusing could be considered rude or suspicious, and if you're traveling yourself, good luck finding personal space. Inns were packed tight. Beds rented by the person, not the room. You might end up sharing with a stranger or several. Some travelers carried a small bell to signal their need for space, a charming idea that rarely worked. Others simply wrapped themselves in their cloaks and tried to ignore the guy beside them, muttering about turnip taxes in his sleep. Even clergy shared dormitories. Monks slept in long rows, each with a narrow cot or mattress, sometimes divided by curtains. Often not. Silence was expected. But sleep noises weren't exactly regulated. Coughs, isnoris, whispered. Prayer sit was a symphony of holy exhaustion. And no matter your station, you were expected to rise early. Sleep was a gift, but not an excuse. Historians still argue whether people liked these arrangements. Some suggest it fostered closeness, safety, and community. Others think it was endured more than embraced. But everyone agrees, it shaped the way people thought about rest. Sleep wasn't private. It was part of the household rhythm, public, noisy, and deeply shared. Of course, these arrangements could get awkward. Fidgety sleepers were often pushed to the edge. Chronic snorers might be bribed with an extra blanket just to face the other way. And then there was the blanket tug-of-war. A timeless struggle with no winners. You remember once waking up completely uncovered. Your blanket twisted like a medieval rope puzzle around your brother's legs. Classic. For newlyweds, shared beds brought both comfort and challenge. The bed became a space not just for intimacy, but negotiation. Who got the warmer side? Who snuck in extra pillows? Who whispered secrets into the dark? And who answered with nothing but snores? And among the very poor, shared sleeping might mean no mattress at all, just bundled together under cloaks, using each other for support. It wasn't comfortable, but it was connection. And, for those with no homes, vagrants, pilgrims, or displaced tenants, a shared bedroll could mean survival, but sharing sleep also meant sharing dreams. Not literally, unless someone was talking in theirs, but culturally, in a world where stories traveled faster than facts. The nighttime became a place where people processed the day together. Whispered worries, swapped gossip, shared prayers. Some even told dreams aloud upon waking, asking for interpretations. I dreamt of 3 fish in a barrel might spark a conversation about marriage, crops, or that suspicious-looking merchant from 2 villages over. Dreams were taken seriously. They were considered messages, warnings, sometimes even divine. The more people in your bed, the more ears to hear and the more opinions you'd get. Interpretations could range from wildly mystical to annoyingly practical. You once dreamt of flying, and someone told you it meant you needed to eat fewer onions. Fair enough. You stir again, the warmth of the bed fading as someone gets up to relieve themselves, probably stepping on your ankle in the process. A familiar sound, the soft hush of straw, the shift of weight, and the creak of a door opening to let in the cold and the glow of morning. In wealthier homes, shared beds might include servants or companions, children with their nurses, ladies in waiting near their mistresses, men-at-arms near their lords. These weren't just workers. They were part of the nightly ritual, ready to light a candle, fetch a drink, or soothe a bad dream. Even when you had a bed to yourself, sleep was rarely silent. The cottage breathed together. The fire popped. Someone muttered in their sleep. A dohafe. Outside, an owl called. And if you lay awake long enough, someone else always was too. A whispered voice in the dark, asking, "You awake?" A grunt in response. Then the hush of sleep returning, like a blanket drawn over the whole house. You stretch now. Cautiously. The blanket's still yours. The pig is still outside. The rooster is probably about to ruin everything. But you've made it through another night in close company. Another tangled miracle of elbows, dreams, and shared warmth. And tonight, It will all begin again. One bed, many stories, and not nearly enough room. The rooster's on his third triumphant crow by the time you give up and sit upright. Someone's already moving about. Probably your aunt, with her unbeatable talent for stomping like a warhorse before dawn. You blink blearily around the room, sunlight trickling in through wooden shutters. Dust swirling like a lazy halo above your bed. And the vague scent of someone else's feet lingering in the air. Another day in the medieval sleep cycle begins. But just as you're rubbing your eyes and planning your escape from the blanket, you remember, it's Sunday. And that changes everything, because while most days blur into work, grime, and more work, Sundays and feast days offered a rare opportunity to sleep differently. Not always more, not always better, but definitely with more ceremony. So before you're dragged into chores, let's take one last sideways glance at the stranger sleep habits that bubbled up around the holy days. Seasonal shifts, and deeply rooted medieval superstitions about when, how, and why you should sleep. Sundays meant church, and church meant early bells. The idea of sleeping in was laughable to most people. But on some feast days especially, the less popular ones, you might actually get to rest a bit longer. If the priest had a hangover, even better, you might lie there in bed with a warm cloak over your face, praying the sermon would be short and the weather cloudy enough to skip fieldwork. Of course, some lords expected their peasants to show up for Mass, looking alert and grateful. No matter how many hours they'd worked the day before, it was spiritual PR. Basically. But religious calendars didn't just dictate prayer, they affected sleeping patterns too. Certain saints were believed to protect you at night. Others might appear in dreams. Saint Bridget, for example, was thought to soothe sleeplessness in women. If you dreamed of Saint Peter, it might mean your sins were weighing heavy, or you were just full of too much barley and guilt. Either way, feast days brought dream interpretation chatter to the breakfast table. Seasonal sleep changes also came into play. In summer, you woke early, brutally early. First light, long before the heat. But winter, you might stretch second sleep well into the icy morning, especially if snow made chores impossible. There are records of entire villages starting work hours later during the coldest months, giving people a much-needed buffer of horizontal existence. And then there were the nights that weren't meant for sleep at all, vigils. Before big religious festivals, like Easter or Christmas, people would stay up all night in prayer, fasting, or sometimes just gossiping by candlelight while pretending to be holy. Monks did it properly, chanting, pacing, reading from scripture, but common folk, they made it work. You've done a few. You mostly remember cold toes, the endless taste of cabbage in your mouth, and someone snoring during the Psalms. But vigils weren't all about spiritual devotion. Some people took the opportunity to cleanse their souls before sleep. That meant confession. Yes, but also candle rituals. Dream journaling, well, dream repeating no one, had parchment to waste, or even sleeping with a specific psalm tucked under your pillow. Some even believed you could dream of your future spouse on certain holy nights if you said the right words before sleep. You tried once. All you got was a vivid dream about turnips. Still unclear what that means. Now, strange as it may sound, there were also periods of enforced wakefulness. During times of plague or war, people intentionally disrupted their sleep. Staying alert meant staying alive. Doors were barred. Watch rotations established. And sleep happened in snatches 20 minutes here. An hour there. You might sleep in full clothes. Boots on. Dagar nearby. Even nobles hunkered down like peasants when chaos came knocking. One of the more bizarre sleep customs appeared during healing rituals. Some believed that sick individuals, especially those plagued by spiritual illness or possession, should be made to sleep in certain churches, near the relics of saints. This was called incubation. The idea was that divine dreams would reveal the cause of the illness, or the saint might visit them and offer healing. You lay in the sacred space, half-starved, half-hopeful, and waited. Sometimes, nothing happened. Other times, you woke up claiming divine insight, or you just really needed to eat something that wasn't dried lentils. And then there were community sleeps. During festivals, harvest celebrations, or weddings, people often collapsed wherever they could. Barns full of snoring guests, floors lined with cloaks, one corner of the manor packed with half the village, sleeping in bundles. The snoring was legendary, and so were the fights over who stole whose blanket. Historians still debate the extent of these customs. Some suggest that people respected sleep as a sacred rhythm interwoven with faith, survival, and superstition. Others argue that people simply made do, sleeping whenever they could, however they could, but everyone agrees, when you slept mattered. Sleep wasn't just rest. It was preparation, purification, participation in a wider spiritual and seasonal dance. You finally rise, brushing bits of straw from your tunic, and glance over at the others. One cousin still snoozes with their mouth open. Another mumbles something about goats in their dreams. The fire's been rekindled. The first pot of something vaguely edible is steaming, and church bells begin their slow, deliberate call. A new day begins not just another page in your life, but another step in a centuries-old cycle of waking, working, praying, and dreaming. And tonight you'll do it all again. Maybe you'll dream of saints, maybe of goats. Maybe you'll finally figure out what that turnip vision meant. But whatever happens, you'll sleep wrapped in tradition, some of it comforting, some of it confusing, all of it unmistakably medieval. And if the wind howls, or the straw crunches, or the pig farts, well, that's just part of the lullaby. Tonight, something feels different. The stars outside flicker a little brighter. The air carries a damp hush. And even the dog has gone quiet early. You sit near the hearth, poking at the embers with a stick that used to be part of a broom, watching them glow and fade like the last stubborn bits of the day. Around you, the cottage softens. Shadows stretch. Straw mats are rolled out, and you know without anyone needing to say it, it's almost time. But before you close your eyes and sink back into the scratchy embrace of your mattress, there's one last thing you've always wanted to understand. One last curiosity that haunts medieval sleep more than cold toes or creaky wood, the line between dreams and visions. Because in this world of saints and sickness, of herbal poultices and whispered prayers, the medieval night wasn't just about sleep. It was a gateway to the unknown. You lay back slowly, letting your bones settle, Your ears tune in to the lull of late-night crackles. The world beyond your blanket shifts into a different tempo. Because now comes the strangest part of sleep in the Middle Ages. What people thought it meant. Dreams weren't just dreams. They were messages sometimes from God. Sometimes from the devil. Sometimes from that weird bit of cheese you ate too fast. Scholars wrote books classifying types of dreams. Veridical ones were truthful, predictive. Insomnium dreams were lies, mere echoes of your waking life. Then there were phantasmata nightmares, visions, demonic whispers that slithered into your brain to frighten, seduce, or manipulate. Sounds cozy, right? You once heard an old woman in the village say she dreamed of a black dog 3 nights in a row and the next day. The priest fell off his horse and broke his thumb. Coincidence? Maybe. But no one laughed. Dreams mattered. They were part of the fabric of daily life. You dreamed of drowning? Better avoid the river for a week. Dreamed of bread? Might mean hunger's on the way or that your brother ate your share in his sleep again. Among the educated elite monks, priests, and scholars' dreams were dissected like frogs in a monastery classroom. Was it sent by an angel, a demon, your conscience? There were guidebooks, entières traités. Even saintly visionaries kept dream diaries that were more respected than some royal letters. The line between dreaming and prophecy could be dangerously thin, but among common folk like you, dreams were discussed with more warmth and mischief. Over breakfast, you'd tell someone your strange night vision, and they'd nod solemnly, or gasp, or suggest you stop sleeping near the pickled herring barrel. One cousin claimed he dreamed of his own death 3 years before it happened. He's still alive, but insists it's just taking a while to kick in. Sometimes, dreams were shared, literally. In those crowded beds, people would wake up from the same moment of silence. Hearts pounding, eyes wide. Someone muttered about seeing a woman in white. Someone else whispered about a crow in the window. There were no explanations, only knowing glances and the deep, unsettling feeling that maybe the night was watching you. Some dreams were cured, or at least soothed, with charms, a pouch of rosemary under the pillow, a prayer to Saint Wine, Michael, before bed, an amulet hung above the door. You've got one yourself, a little scrap of cloth tied with red thread, stuffed with dried lavender and a sliver of bone. You try not to think too hard about. It doesn't always work, but when it does, the dreams are soft, warm, gentle enough to carry you into another night. And then, of course, there were the nightmares. In the medieval world, nightmares weren't just unpleasant, they were personal. They were attacks. The belief in night demons, especially the incubus and succubus, made sleeping a vulnerable act. These weren't metaphors. These were literal creatures believed to sit on your chest, steal your breath, poison your soul. You've heard people wake screaming, eyes wild, clutching their throats. No one mocks them, not in the dark. To protect against them, people carved crosses above their beds, drew symbols in chalk, slept with iron under their pillows or knives under their straw mats. Not to use, but to deter. The fear wasn't just of bad dreams, it was of being touched by the unknown. Historians still argue whether people really believed these stories or just said them out loud to make sense of things. But you've seen the look on someone's face after a truly bad dream. The kind that shakes your bones, makes you hesitate before blowing out the last candle. So whether it's superstition, science, or something in between, dreams hold power. And now, your own lids grow heavy. The fire has shrunk to a red whisper. The others are breathing slow, steady. Even the dog has curled up on its favorite stone tile near the door. You clutch your blanket to your chest. Exhale, slowly, and feel the weight of your day-muddy boots. Cold water, prickly straw, melt away, and just as sleep begins to pull at your thoughts, you remember something from a dream days ago? A figure in the woods. A candle that never blew out. A voice saying your name like it was both a warning and a lullaby. You smile, vaguely unsettled. Whatever it meant, it's already slipping away. That's the thing about medieval sleep. It isn't neat. It isn't private. It's tangled in fear and comfort, prayers and pests, saints and nightmares. It's a patchwork quilt of borrowed straw, whispered charms, warm elbows, and long shadows. But somehow, even with all its quirks, you wouldn't trade it for anything. Because here, in this strange and sleepless world, you're part of something older than memory. A tradition stitched into every yawn, every blanket tug, every dream that doesn't make sense until the morning light. So go ahead. Let your eyes close. Let the past wrap its arms around you. Let the night carry you back. Tomorrow, we'll wake again. But for now, just dream. Tonight is colder than usual. Not in the way that makes you shiver, but in the way that settles into your bones, makes your breath come out in short little clouds, and reminds you that time doesn't stop just because you wish it would. The others have already gone quiet. Someone snores softly. The fire's burned down to its last embers. The door creaks gently in its frame. And tonight, in the heavy silence, your thoughts drift somewhere you don't usually let them go. To the people who sleep, for the last time. In the Middle Ages, death and sleep were cousins. Not just in poetry or metaphor, but in how people talked about them. Resting forever, falling asleep in the Lord. Sleep was the rehearsal. Death, the performance. You've heard priests say it during burials. You've heard grannies mutter it when someone looked especially pale. And in truth, most medieval people didn't die in battle or with dramatic flair. They died quietly. At home, in their beds, after an illness, or old age, or just too many years spent inhaling fire, smoke, and hauling buckets. So imagine, for a moment, that you're not rising to another chilly day, that you're preparing for a final one, not afraid, just still. People believed that how you slept before your death could influence your soul's journey. The dying were laid out carefully, facing east, if possible. Sometimes a candle was placed in their hand, lit as a symbol of hope. Others had blessed objects tucked under the pillow, a relic, a cross, a piece of scripture written on linen. You've even seen someone slip rosemary under the mattress to guide the soul. The bed became sacred then, not just a place of snores and shared gossip, but a holy space. People gathered. They whispered prayers. A priest might arrive to offer last rites. Murmur in Latin. Sprinkle holy water. Everyone moved quietly, as if noise itself might disturb the passage from this world to the next. And yet, even in that solemnity, there was comfort, because death, like sleep, was not solitary. Families stayed close. Hands were held. Songs were sung. It might be quiet. Yes, but never lonely. After death, the bedding was washed. The straw burned. The sheets scrubbed with lie and prayers, not just for hygiene but to cleanse the space. In some places, the mattress was gifted to the poor. In others, it was buried with the deceased. The idea of eternal sleep was taken very seriously. People even wrote in their wills that they wanted a good feather bed to go with them into the afterlife. And yet, sleep continued for those left behind. You roll to your side, pulling your blanket up beneath your chin. It smells of wood smoke and lavender. Someone near you shifts, murmurs in their sleep. The fire sighs. Outside, a wind rises and falls like the world itself is breathing. You think about all the people who've slept this way before you, around you, after you, generations folded into the same rhythms. Prayers, dreams, nightmares, laughter, feet poking from under blankets, mattresses stuffed with straw, herbs, feathers, and memories. Historians still debate whether medieval sleep was good. Did people sleep well? Did they dream more vividly? Were they better rested despite the cold? The noise? The lice? No one can agree. But you know this. It mattered. Every yawn. Every blanket. Every moment of stillness in a noisy, demanding world, it all mattered. So, as your breathing slows, as your mind begins to slip into that familiar haze, you let the past settle around you. Let it wrap you in its scratchy warmth. Let it carry you across centuries of nighttime rituals, because here in the quiet, with your body folded in against the cold, you understand something very old and very true. That to sleep, even badly, even briefly, is to claim a bit of peace. That no matter how humble the bed, or strange, the custom, or crowded the space, sleep is still yours. A small defiance, a nightly resurrection, a whisper to the world that you'll wake again. So sleep well now. The fire will hold. The dreams will come. And when the sun rises, you'll rise Towith bedhead. Maybe. And a sore hippet, also with the unbroken, strange, beautiful rhythm of a life still being lived. And now, as your eyes grow heavy and the night deepens around you, it's time to let all of this soften into stillness. You've traveled far tonight through straw mattresses and second sleep, through noble chambers and peasant huts, through chamber pots, candlelight, whispered prayers, and the strange curl of a dream you can almost remember. Let it all fade now. Let the images dissolve like mist, curling off a warm roof at sunrise. No more clanking bed frames or snoring monks. No more scratchy linen or ghost stories by firelight. Just the gentle hush of wind outside a shuttered window, the muffled creak of old wooden beams, and the slow, steady breath of a world at rest. Feel your body grow heavier, as if you've sunk a little deeper into your own mattress, whatever it's made of. Let your fingers unclench. Your shoulders loosen. Imagine your own bed a little cozier now. A little more yours. Woven with centuries of sleepy souls who also just wanted one more minute under the covers. And if a dream comes, let it wander gently. Let it be odd or quiet or familiar. Let it take you by the hand and guide you to that quiet place between memory and magic where the world slows down and the sky hangs still. You're safe here. You've made it through another day, another century. Even. So rest easy now. There are no demons. No pigs in your blanket. No bells to rattle you from your slumber. Just the peace of knowing that for all its quirks and chaos, even the Middle Ages made room for dreams. Good night, traveler. Sleep deep. Sleep well. Sweet dreams.